Hold on 1 second. I'm going to have to close the door. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Do you still have the dog cam? Yes, you do still have the dog cam. Do not worry, fear not. Here's the dog cam. I will fix it throughout the day, as I usually do. Kaya is on her Our Prison's Obsolete shit. There she is. Anyway. Where was I? Did I actually end up blasting off? Oh, I didn't even fucking blast off. Oh my god. I forgot. This is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, but for the most part, this part of the broadcast will of course be dedicated to PUPDADs. Because that's my life now. That's right, it's PUPDAD time. First and foremost, I ended the broadcast last night with my whole family here, and it was a whole debacle. You already know. A lot of you are probably familiar with this. You know what it's like when you have family here, and they want to, like, do everything. They've been actually quite respectful of my, like, rigorous training protocols so far, so that's good. You know? But not entirely. Last night we were having dinner, and we wanted to do a little bit of you know, separation training. So while we're having dinner, she was like crying and trying to do a little prison break. Which, of course, my mom, literally, as much as she complained about how my grandparents used to spoil me against her best wishes and knowledge of exactly how to raise children. She's doing the exact same thing right now to me. Literally doing the exact same thing. She's like complaining the entire time at the dinner table because she was like yelping. She was also yelping herself. Like she was also like legitimately upset. It's like, whatever. Oh, I guess you know better. And it's like, yeah, I do know better, Mom. Like, you know what I mean? Bro compared his dog to himself, lol. No, I'm just saying, like, anyway, listen, there's a lot going on, okay? We had dinner, she was crying, she was complaining. But it's okay, ultimately. This is the second night that, you know, I have been sleeping and crate training Kaya. First day. First of all, I weighed her. Hold on. Let me like write this shit out real quick. So first thing I did, I weighed her. She is, as it stands, 12.6 pounds, I think, like something around there. And she is 7 weeks old. She's not 8 weeks old. She is 7 weeks old. So for that metric, that's like pretty. I mean, 7 weeks is pretty big. She's a chunky girl. And she's going to be a big girl. I also, this morning, worked out, got the DNA test, and shipped it out. So there's that. Hopefully we'll get some results out of that soon. But yeah, she is sitting at 12.6 pounds. And she needs to eat around 2 8-ounce cups of puppy chow a day. I'm using this like all ages Canadian only lamb freeze dried lamb shit. So, you know, leave it to a champagne socialist to adopt an animal. So hypocritical to take care of anything but yourself. Shaking my head. Yeah, the DNA tests. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the DNA test. We don't know, but hopefully we'll be able to figure out what breed she is and like what kind of breed she's mixed with. But no RIP Bozo for Tucker. I'll get to it, but honestly, yeah, like I don't even care. I'm a dog dad now. They take 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. The content ideas for Kaya I've seen are fucking brilliant, by the way. So for everyone saying like, oh man, you're not doing this, you're not doing that, I've changed. I'm a dog dad. I need to ensure that I preserve myself, take care of myself a little bit better for this wonderful dog, this wonderful fur child that I need to take care of and offer a beautiful life to. And if I'm out there yelling all the time, every goddamn day, not good. Not good for my heart. You know, not good for the soul. And I need to make sure, you know, my blood pressure is down. That's it. Doing it for her. Give it 12 minutes. Who knows? Tucker Carlson out at Fox. Don Lemon out at CNN, and so much more. And now it's Monday News Day. Anyway, but as I was saying, let's do a little pup date real quick, okay? I don't have a very good pup date score, so I'm just gonna go with the classic. Folks, it's time for a pup date. That's right. This is the second night that I've had with Kaya. First and foremost, I weighed her. How do you weigh her? It's pretty simple. You weigh yourself, and then you weigh yourself while holding the dog. So, found out that she's 7 weeks old and around 12.6 pounds. Pretty chunky for what we assume her breed is. An absolute unit. And let me tell you how this absolute unit moves. She moves in silence like lasagna, like a real G, but also very loud at night when you leave her in her crate. I figured out a way to crate her where it's still facing the bed, and the crate that you see behind me, like this additional wall behind me, restricts her movement, but at least there's like a pee pad outside of her crate, and she actually likes the crate now, so she doesn't really cry too much. So that's a major success. But the major successes don't end there. I only woke up 5 times last night. Only 5, which is pretty good. But also on top of that, the major successes kept being billed. She did not pee one time in her crate this time. She did not poop in her crate this time. And she pooped outside on the balcony in the outdoor mat one time, and then off the outdoor mat but still outside 2 times. This dog is a pooping champion. That's right. An absolute pooping monster. Oh, Lord, he sounds like a cat owner now. A genius. She is a fucking genius. We're at boot camp. We're at poop camp. And honestly, she's passing with flying colors. Buy a big-ass leash and prioritize recall training. Not training proper recall was the biggest mistake I made with my large breed. Yeah. Be careful taking her outside before she's parvo-vaxxed. I'm not. I'm only putting her outside in my balcony. Or I'm only putting her outside in my front yard. That's it. While she may be laying down there gently. While she may be laying down there after a busy night of working. And boy, do I mean working. She's pooped out from all the poop. And god damn it, is she graduated. So yeah, that concludes our pup date. This morning I worked out, and of course, you know, I'm really lucky that right now while I'm working out, I have like my, you know, my family members here, my whole ass family's here. So like they can take a little bit of the responsibility off my shoulders. And this is one of the hardest times to take care of a dog anyway. So, you know, there's that, but I don't know how the fuck I'm going to do this without. I don't know how I'm going to do this without them, like, honestly, but we'll figure it out. Wait, what the fuck? I can make shit bold now? What the hell? I have Twitter Blue now. It's really whack. I don't really like it. It, like, freaks me out. See, look at this. Sending tweet. Once published, you'll have 30 minutes to make any edits. Like, Twitter Blue does this thing where it'll be like, sending tweet. And it the first time it popped up, it freaked me the fuck out. I was like, what the hell's going on? Anyway. Bro paid for Twitter? No, dumbasses. You know I didn't fucking pay for this shit. Don't be stupid. Elon Musk realized personally. I mean, this is the dumbest way to do it. But he realized personally that, like, you know, he needs to have notable people have Twitter Blue that are actively using the platform. Dummies are still like, wow, Hasan paid for Twitter Blue. Yeah, dude. So did, like, fucking Juice WRLD and Jamal Khashoggi and, you know, all of the people that we've seen so far that have passed away that certainly did not fucking pay for Twitter Blue, nor do they verify their phone numbers. Like, come on. He gave it to literally dead celebrities, dog. I screen cap my own tweet about it. Elon lasted like 4 days before he realized the only people with check marks and top of the comments priority as a result are guys that look like this looking for children. Or 109-year-old Christian pro-lifers. Yeah. It was like, maybe this shit sucks if we don't keep the fucking prio. If we don't keep the prio for like all of the people that had it. So he probably went in. You know it's illegal? Oh, it's a false endorsement. Yeah. I know. Basically, if you're like over 1 million followers, if you have over 1 million followers, like Elon Musk is like, yeah, you're better than anyone else. You're better than all the fucking dummies that actually paid for Twitter Blue. So please keep talking shit about the platform. It doesn't matter. We need you here. I love you. I will buy it for you for free. Anyway, But speaking of which, let's fucking blast off already. Let's get right into it. We got a lot to talk about. Other than, this morning I worked out. I'm still 246, so it wasn't a fluke that I was 245, which was weird. I really thought I would shoot back up to like 250, but I think I might have broken through that plateau now. And I'm comfortably sitting at that weight because I did eat more this weekend. I totally forgot to fucking post. Jesus Christ. I forgot to post on my Instagram. I'm a little bit all over the place, so bear with me, please. As a new dog dad, I'll be honest, shit's a little hard. I haven't been sleeping too much, obviously, so there's that. You know why. How are you keeping track of your calories? MyFitnessPal. Make the dog camp bigger. Nobody cares, himbo. Yeah, no, we're going to do news coverage and stuff, so I'm not going to do that. I don't even know I even sub them out. Kai is so cute, Hasan. I just lost my dog last week. I get so much. You want to see puppies? The Puppycam is therapeutic, peace and love. Yeah. But your daughter has been sleeping nicely. Right? Yeah. She has been. She sleeps all day anyway, though. A little bit of a night owl. Oh, by the way, Ron DeSantis is in Japan. He's trying to beat me so bad. So many people are in Japan. I have a 9-year-old Tibetan Mastiff look like Kai as a pup. Congratulations. We don't know. I don't know if she's going to be. Swap the size of you in the pub cam, please. No. She seems to prefer sleeping on soft purposes, just like myself. No, she prefers sleeping on the ground instead of like the pads because the ground is cooler. Anyway. Puppies are great for other people. I hated it until my dog was 6 months old. The teething, not listening, peeing, whining. Yeah. Will Kai be on the next episode of Fear End? Yes. If she will be. Is she a German Shepherd? She is a Mastiff mix. Suspect Tibetan Mastiff mix. She's a mutt. Does it help with your mood, any, having her there? Yes, it is tremendously helpful with my mood. Are you kidding me? But yeah, I did send in the DNA test. I have a cooling dog bed, by the way. I already have it. The issue is I don't know if I want to use it yet. I have the cooling dog bed right here. I have a cooling pet pad that I bought this morning. Literally right here. The problem is I don't know if I want to use it because she's teething. And she eats everything. So like those things have like chemicals. It says non-toxic, but like they do have some shit in it. So I don't want her to like bite into it and then, you know, take a piece off of it. So yeah. Bro, stop abusing your dog and get him out of jail. You kind of acting like a car owner right now. Wait, what? I mean, I do own a car. You got me. My man. If you think that like I'm not gonna be an over-the-top careful dog dad, I don't know what to tell you. Like this is my child, you know what I mean? This is my baby. I noticed she doesn't whine when you leave the room. Already no separation anxiety. That's pretty huge. No, it's because she's only 7 weeks old. She has not. Guys, she's 7 weeks old. She's literally like, she's such a baby. No, she's not 8. I love someone saying 8. No, she's not even 8 weeks old. She's 7 weeks old. This is her 8th week now. Like, she is such a fucking baby that like she doesn't fully grasp like what's going on. Like, she doesn't understand treats. She can't even smell treats like that. Yeah. Are you aware of minoxidil finasteride toxicity in dogs? It causes low blood pressure, pulmonary edema, heart failure. Yes, I know. When was she weaned? What age is that usually? I don't even know what that means, but I think it's like usually around 4 weeks, 5 weeks they wean her. And then the separation has to be at like 8 weeks normally, but obviously these aren't normal fucking circumstances. Like, the person who got this dog, like, got it for her daughter, but his wife ended up having a fucking child literally, apparently, a bunch of weeks early. Like, she had a primo baby. So I had to go and get it. Like, I had to go and grab her instead of going to this like wedding I was supposed to go to, my friend's wedding. I literally had to go and grab her. Yeah, so it's a really big breed. So that's part of the reason where like people will get dogs like this from like a litter or some shit like that, and then they will not have enough. Like they'll have like a big dog already, and then they think like, oh, I can take care of another big dog. It's not a big deal. And then they're like, actually, financially, this will cripple me. My dog was 12.5 pounds at 7 weeks and is now 112 pounds. Holy fuck. I've used Embark and have bought it for my friends. It's accurate. She will be linked with any family members of hers who also did Embark. That's nice. How big is she gonna get? She's gonna be like 100 plus pounds probably. We'll see. You have to remember, like, this dog is a puppy right now, so we don't even know. We don't even know what she's gonna look like. We're just all of this is like a suspicion. You know what I mean? All of this is like basically, you know, we're suspecting that she will look a certain way, she will behave a certain way. All of this shit is like, you know, you never know. You can make assumptions. How much does she weigh right now? When I adopted my pup, they said he would be a 50-pound German Shepherd. He ended up being a 105-pound Akita. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, this kind of stuff is always when I got Fish, they said Fish was a Rottweiler. Like, they were like, oh yeah, this is a purebred Rottweiler. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, just give me the puppy. Like, someone left him at a fucking Orange County tire shop, and I was just like, I don't care. And then the tire shop guy was like, this is a Rottweiler. Like, what the fuck does the tire shop guy know about dog breeds? You know what I mean? Brother, someone left the dog at your front, at your front step. You don't fucking know anything. And it's always like that. Did you get to see a picture of either parents? No. I can't wait for her to be huge. My female mastiff was 170 pounds. Yeah. We were told my dog's a mini Aussie Border Collie mix, and he actually is the mostly long hair Chihuahua and Roddy. Yeah, it's always... Didn't you say you wanted a boy? Yeah, but, you know, things change. But like, you know, it is what it is. It's just like, it's because people are less likely to get pit bulls, so people lie. Yeah. Not gonna lie, highly unlikely that Kyle will be a Tibetan Mastiff since there's only 300 total in the US. Yeah, no, I never, like, here's the thing. That was never my expectation. I just wanted like a big Mastiff breed, but one that wasn't super drooly. Like, I don't give a shit. Chatter's like, there's only 300 plus AKA certified, AKC certified dogs that are Tibetan Mastiffs. Like, I don't give a shit, dude. Fuck you. Like, I just want a puppy. I just wanted a puppy that was going to be big. Where do you get the DNA test from? Embark is what we're using. Is American Shelter Mutt a breed? I mean, yeah, pretty much. No one really knows until they do DNA tests, and DNA tests are like too expensive for just, you know, randomly fucking popping off with. So that's the reason why, and DNA tests are not super accurate. I think she's one of these. No, she's not a Caucasian Shepherd, which I love Caucasian Shepherds. They're fucking sick. But you want to know why she's not one of those? Because Caucasian Shepherds, look here. Caucasian Shepherds have like longer snouts. And their tail doesn't twirl up, whereas hers twirls up. I do think Caucasian Shepherds are sick, though. Like, I would have loved a Caucasian Shepherd as well. I mean, none of it fucking matters at this point, but... C-word Shepherd. You're so real for this. Is he using his YouTube play buttons to hold down the piss pad? Yes, I am. What do you mean? This is an example of my dog and someone with Embark will show you. Wait, why the fuck are you showing me your Embark account, dude? That's crazy. You have a public profile for your dog with an Instagram and everything? Oh, wow. It's like mixed breed, 73.8% Beagle, 26.2% Boxer. Oh, wow. It just shows you like wolfiness. Wolfiness score. How wolfy is my dog? Most dogs have a wolfiness score of 1 or less. We find populations that breeds with higher scores 2 to 4 occasionally, and unique dogs with scores of 5% or above more rarely. What the fuck is this? Your dog's wolfiness score is not a measure of recent dog-wolf hybridization and does not necessarily indicate that your dog has some recent wolf ancestors. If your dog has recent wolf ancestors, you will see that in the breed mix report. Wolfiness scores up to 10% are almost always due to ancient wolf genes that survive many generations. Rather than any recent wolf ancestors, these ancient genes may be a few thousand years old or even may date back to the original domestication event 15,000 years ago. They are bits of a wild past that survive in your dog. They give you predicted adult weight, life stage, mature adult. You can find like other dogs that are similar. It gives you... Wow, that's crazy. That's pretty cool. Dog owner, my pupperino's a heckin' 3% wolfiness. When he comes from ancient genes, a cat owner, he is orange. HasanAbi fired from Twitch? Yeah, no. Yeah, my dog is half pit bull. We had no idea until we did his DNA test. Apparently, most mutts are pit mixes, like how every white person is part Irish. Yes, in Los Angeles, a lot of dogs are going to be part pit, because or part Chihuahua. If you go for like a mid-size to a large-sized dog, the likelihood that it's going to be a part pit is going to be super high. If you go for a smaller dog, the likelihood that it's going to be part Chihuahua is super high. That's it. Like, it's all... I know for a fact that out here in the shelter system and in all of the adoption places, like, it's full of pit bulls. You're definitely equipped financially for a big breed. You've had one in the past, and it seems like a massive trace will work well. Yeah, with your lifestyle. You mentioned fate, and I think this was an example of things falling into place. Yeah, exactly. Look at that. Oh my gosh, she's moving. The thing is, pit is not a breed. It's an umbrella type for umbrella term for a phenotype. Yeah, I know. I mean, technically, all dogs are like that, though, until you use it as a breed classification. You know that, right? Technically, that's how every fucking dog breed is. Pit bulls are a mixture of different breeds, but it's like a Staffordshire Terrier. I guess all your YouTube vids going forward will have Kaya. Yes, Kaya Cam is going to be, a prominent part of this. Very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. How much for the animal? I would like to purchase it. Good luck. You have to pry this dog out of my fucking cold, dead hands. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. Kaya on jails? Yeah, I know. She's big into prison abolition, straight up. Absolutely. How long until chat mad they lost real estate? No, they won't get mad at this. Chat will, unless they are completely unhinged, and there's plenty of people out there on the internet, such as the way of the internet. There will be, most people are very positive about this. Hungarian expat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway, Steven Seagal official. Wow. He's here. A legend. Anyway, let's get started. Oh my God, there's already so much artwork. Jesus Christ. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Are you worried about the cable running under the cage? Not really. I can just pull it easy. Already a pirate. Doodleburb Kaya Doodle.
Tucker Carlson.
Okay, let's get started with the news. All right. As much as I want to keep talking about this dog, and as much as I love talking about her, you know, it's time to fucking... Oh, here's the last thing I was going to say. Puppy content ideas for Hasan. To do with Kaya. 1, Kai goes to the park. We're absolutely going to do that. 2, Kai goes swimming. We're absolutely going to do that. 3, Kai meets other famous pets. Sure. 4, Kai training stream. Yes. Kai grooming stream. Yes. Hasan takes Kai to the pet store and buys her everything she touches. I especially love this one. This one's fire. Kaya solves dog puzzles. Absolutely. I already have the dog puzzles ready. My trainer gave me his dog's dog puzzles. Hasan and Murat built Kaya a doghouse. Love that. A day in the life of Kaya Piker vlog. Kaya gets drip. Kaya goes to the beach. I love all of that. And I also want to take her to like a mountain where she like experiences snow for the first time. So. Kaya goes to Besiktas. 13. Kaya goes to Brazil. Anyway, this was Tucker Carlson's last moment. I saw this tweet earlier, and it's finally what made me get up this morning. Here's the person rumored to replace Tucker Carlson, by the way. Dad wants me to sleep at night. I'm a guardian dog. Only on Kaya Pecker tonight by Fox News. Hashtag good puppy. A lot of people are calling me a demon. I say no gods, no masters. And supposedly left-leaning content creators decide that no gods, no masters does not matter when we're talking about dogs. I thought dogs had rights in this country. It turns out, back in the day, animals used to roam the streets freely and do whatever they want to do freely without a care or consideration in the world. Nowadays, dogs can't even roam inside of the house and poop and pee everywhere they would like to. What's going on? Oh my God, dude, this is too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Get a stretch in. Look at that little stretch in. Look at that. Do you think it was part of the court settlement that Tucker be fired? Fuck no. All right, let's get started.
This just in to CNN. Tucker Carlson.
Let's get started on the news, folks. Let's fucking go. This just in. Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News.
Is out at Fox News. The right-wing network just announced the two have parted ways. CNN senior media reporter Oliver Darcy is here with more on this. What are you learning? He was out on Friday. Will we see him say goodbye?
We're not going to see him say goodbye. This is really stunning news coming from Fox. They say his last show was April 21st. They put out a very short statement. They say they thank him for his service, and that's it. That's all we know right now. But of course, this comes days after. Last week, you remember, Fox News settled this massive defamation lawsuit with Dominion voting systems over the election lies that it promoted in the wake of the 2020 election. So they paid out $787 million, the highest known defamation settlement ever publicly known in U.S. media. So this is coming days after that. Unclear, of course, whether this is related. It's kind of hard to imagine that these things happen. Tucker Carlson was sowing doubts about the U.S. election results just up until the last few weeks. So it's possible that there was a relation.
Nope. I think Tucker Carlson wanted more money, realized how much he's worth, saw the Steven Crowder deal, saw all of these other dudes in independent media getting like 50 milli contracts, noticed that he could probably demand way more. And then Fox News was like, no, we're in the pocket for $787 million. And, you know, a lot of it will be covered by insurance, but that insurance premium is going to be baked in. So he most likely was like, I want a lot of money. And then they were like, no, you can't have a lot of money. So he was like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm out then.
Relationship there, but really big news. And I should also point out that they've stuck with him really through quite a lot. Like he has promoted conspiracy theories about the vaccines. He has said things that are just blatantly anti-immigrant. He has, like I said, promoted doubt about the 2020 election. They have stuck with him throughout all of this. So, you know, really shocking news that now he's no longer with the network.
Yeah, the big question, as you say, is why now? Fox has let their number one people go before. I mean, Bill O'Reilly, they pushed out when he was number one.
Yeah, Bill O'Reilly was pushed out when he was number one for like a biblical amount of sexual harassment. Like, Bill O'Reilly is responsible for killing someone. You know what I mean? Like, for stochastic terror against an actual doctor that used to perform abortions. He used to call him Tiller, the baby killer. And then someone literally went to George Tiller's house and fucking killed him with a gun, with an assault rifle. And that didn't stop Bill O'Reilly's fame. If anything, it probably, Fox News doubled down, basically. Yeah. Oh, was it at church? I thought it was at his house. It makes it, I mean, yeah, okay. Shot after church service while getting lemonade. Yeah. Thoughts on this theory? I'm just going to throw this out there. Carlson and Stewart? That's disgusting. No, I fucking hope not. What an insane liberal ass fucking take. No, absolutely not, dude. Tucker Carlson is literally ideologically a white nationalist. He should have no prominence. He should have no platform in a perfect world. No, not like placing him next to, you know, a supremely famous liberal that is probably going to agree with him in a lot of instances, especially because Tucker Carlson is a very skilled propagandist. So is Jon Stewart, but no shot. LA Times says Tucker Carlson's exit is related to the discrimination lawsuit filed by Abby Grossberg, the producer Fox fired last month. Carlson's senior executive producer Justin Wells has also been terminated, according to people familiar with the matter. No way. I made a thread of hogs malding in the fucking tweets. That is wild. If it's like, I mean, two reasons why people only get fired at Fox News or let go at Fox News. And it's not because like they're doing too much devastating white supremacist propaganda. Let me explain to you. Fox News fires you for two reasons. One, you are creating legal complications that they cannot handle in-house with arbitration as they normally would, right? That was the famous Bill O'Reilly example. Or you want too much money. And the you want too much money oftentimes like is settled because they will just fucking, you know, put entire stacks of moolah in front of you and light it on fire because they have a tremendous amount of money regardless. So if it's not the money side, which I still think it could be, because this is happening during like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about what's going on behind the scenes. I have no idea. Fox News is famously tight-lipped about shit like this. They operate like an old school media company and not like Twitter, which is a leaky ship that you can immediately get all of the latest and greatest information in detail from. You know, there haven't been like a lot of Slack channel communication that you can access with respect to Fox News and the internal communication. So I don't know.
They're doing this now with Tucker Carlson. We talk about this happening in the wake of the Dominion decision. Now, it's interesting with Carlson, which is that it wasn't his show or his shows that Dominion was suing over necessarily for promoting false news. It was some of his behind-the-scenes stuff that was legally problematic for Fox, but he wasn't one of the people who helped get them in trouble with Dominion, was he?
No, he wasn't the main culprit that really spawned this lawsuit. But, you know, it's not to say also that other hosts could not be eventually leaving the network as well. I mean, this raises a lot of questions about whether the network potentially is trying to at least rein in some of the more extreme people on the channel. I mean, of course, Tucker Carlson, the most extreme probably on that channel. I should also note, John, why this is so important. I mean, Tucker Carlson, outside Donald Trump, really was the person commanding the GOP, really directing it. You saw Republican lawmakers, prominent Republican lawmakers, often grovel at his feet.
Ted Cruz.
Yep. Ted Cruz, for instance, groveled at his feet, and others, because they were afraid of him going on his primetime show and lashing out at them. So this is not only huge news in the world of media, but also in the world of politics, where he was really pushing the GOP in that extremist direction.
And it's also, just to that point, that's also, his show is also a place that a lot of Republican lawmakers or anyone who wanted to speak to Donald Trump would go in order to.
Dude, if anything, during the Dominion shit, he literally was routinely shitting on the psychos that during the Dominion process, Tucker Carlson was very outspoken about how psychotic these like Dominion, he literally said it was fake openly. Now, obviously, he still leaned into it on his public-facing commentary, but he certainly was nowhere near as unhinged as anyone that had Sidney Powell on the show. He certainly was nowhere near as unhinged as Janine Perot. Obviously, like, so this being like a Dominion-related thing would be very shocking. You know? Shouts out to Michael from Pennsylvania. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thoughts on Carlson presidential run? I think he could potentially run for president down the line. I just didn't think that it would be happening. I just didn't think that it'd be happening anytime soon. But also, this is the narrative. The prevailing narrative, it seems, is that Tucker Carlson, who was leaving Fox News, and there's more, this is breaking. So there's more information. There's more information coming out about this all the time. And one of the things that I guess LA Times and the New York Times are reporting on is that Tucker Carlson is accused of promoting a hostile work environment. But like, this seems so... Carlson's former head of booking, Abby Grossberg, said that male producers regularly use vulgarities to describe women and frequently make anti-Semitic jokes. But yeah, but like, really? That's what fucking Fox News would like fire you over? What a bunch of pussies, dude. I'm actually surprised. Like, no shot. This doesn't make any sense. This is their cash cow, boys. Like, it's not like Fox News is fucking woke. Like, what do you mean? This is written like a person who has never watched Tucker Carlson. You know what I mean? It's like that makes no sense. I mean, I've often talked about how, like, these are still, everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. Fox News is a neoliberal institution. So ultimately, like, yes, they will do certain things that you would find strange. Like, Matt Walsh will always misgender people. Fox News, on the other hand, I mean, Tucker Carlson might misgender people every now and then, but Fox News is an institution as a style guide, and they will usually not misgender like a trans person deliberately, other than the editorial staff, which might take like, some editorial independence. So like, there is weird things like that. Obviously, that would never cause someone to get fired, though. You know what I mean? I just, it seems very, very strange. It seems very strange that this is happening in the way that it is. This is what Yashar Ali said. Totally complete shock of Fox News in response to Tucker Carlson announcement. Uh-oh. She woke up, walked around a little bit, and immediately plopped back down. Tucker Carlson's first cable news was on MSNBC. Bitch, I know. You telling me? The decision to fire Tucker Carlson came straight from Fox Corp chairman Rupert Murdoch, according to people familiar with the situation who were not authorized to comment. Murdoch said to be concerned over Carlson's coverage of the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol, where the host has promoted the conspiracy theory that it was provoked by government agents. Tucker Carlson has called Ray Epps, a Texas man who participated in the storming of the Capitol but did not enter the building an FBI plant without any evidence. Epps was interviewed on 60 Minutes where he said he has been subjected to death threats as a result of Carlson's statements about him. The FBI also told 60 Minutes that Epps never worked for them. The decision is not related to the $787.5 million settlement. Dude, this is fucking... Rupert is aging, making him more woke. Damn. No, I mean, I could see, guys, I told you this before. I have information from like not firsthand, but secondhand accounts of people that worked in one of fucking Rupert Murdoch's like wineries that I think that like he is incredibly terrified of COVID, right? So what Rupert Murdoch says on his properties, on his media properties, and what he personally thinks is two very different things in general, none of it fucking matters because he is responsible for a metric ton of like hyper right-wing ultra nationalist propaganda. And as long as they fucking make money off of it, Rupert Murdoch is fine. Now, does he individually consider certain people to be a liability? Potentially. If anything, they would probably consider him to be, Tucker Carlson to be a potential liability, which doesn't make sense unless he did something that was really fucked behind the scenes. This is his absolute fucking, I mean, I wouldn't say this is his cash cow, but this is his most popular news broadcast. Tucker Carlson is the most popular news broadcaster on the United States airwaves, okay? Just understand, he's the primetime guy. This is his show. His show is the most popular show. I think he could be turning down the heat on the national conservative narrative, could be a threat to the greater right-wing project. Maybe. Oh my God. She's like yipping in her dreaming. On. I had to make sure she was all right, you know? And that her dreams weren't too scary. What is this? Used to be, you could just walk into work. Not anymore. Try that today, and you'll find out your key fob doesn't work. There's a box filled with everything that used to be on your desk. Coworkers won't even make eye contact with you. What's happening? What's going on? Used to be that you could be as racist as you wanted to be. On camera. At Fox News. You would get a tremendous amount of wealth as a consequence of this kind of racism. Glenn Greenwald with the rabid defense. Tucker was a cable news host who most opposed the U.S. proxy war in Ukraine, denounced CIA, FBI, DHS for systemic lies and corruption, devoted himself to a pardon for Julian Assange, objected to the regime changes efforts in Cuba, criticized Trump admin's militarism. This is such a wild thing to say. Like, I don't understand what is going on here. Like, does Glenn Greenwald think that Tucker Carlson, like, legitimately is opposed to U.S. militarism? How does he respond to, like, when Tucker Carlson is incredibly jingoistic and the spokesperson for Western chauvinism as it pertains to, like, American military conquest that he finds to be perfectly appropriate and acceptable? This dog loves the fucking pee pad. I'm gonna lose it. Oh my God, but I can't. It don't even matter. Look at how fucking cute her face is, bro. God damn it. What am I gonna do? Tell her not to sleep in her own piss? Give her a shirt or towel to lay on? No. There is a bed right there, chatters. She just doesn't like it. But if you consider that Tucker Carlson is actually a liberal, yeah. Do you think this will make any real difference, or will he just make another show just as popular with Ben Shabibo or something like that? Depending on why he got fired and why he got let go. Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous propagandist in the country. He is one of the best. This is part of the reason why he's one of the best. He can he can snake his way into coming across like he's putting up a genuine front against American militarism while simultaneously absolutely promoting American militarism. Like, I don't know why he's saying like criticize Trump admin's militarism. Yeah, okay. What about the border, dog? Like, you think that's not a fucking part of American militarism? This makes no goddamn sense. Benjamin Norton is absolutely correct on this. Reminder that Tucker Carlson applied to join the CIA, traveled to Nicaragua to support the CIA's fascist Contra death squads, is the son of a head of the CIA propaganda front. I don't know about that part. Constantly lobbies for war on China, supports colonialist Monroe Doctrine in Latin America. In 2006, white supremacist neocolonialist Tucker Carlson said, Iraq is a crappy place. Hold on. How can I stay being mad while this is happening behind me? That's crazy. In 2006, white supremacist neocolonials Tucker Carlson said Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of semi-literate primitive monkeys. He did say that. I have zero sympathy for them or their culture, where people don't use toilet paper or forks. They can just shut up and obey. While meddling in Brazil, making propaganda for fascist Bolsonaro, Tucker Carlson complained, under Biden, the Monroe Doctrine is no longer enforced, praising the 200-year colonial policy. He also spread new Cold War propaganda, fear-mongering about Cuba. He's also the mainstream figure I know of that advocate for, oh God, these guys are so fucking stupid. Oh, there's this too at NBC. CNBC anchor Hadley Gamble is accused former NBC Universal CEO Jeff Shell of sexual harassment and sex discrimination in a complaint to the company, her lawyer says. Yeah. Tucker Carlson also, this part is like actually not heavily popularized for some reason, but Tucker Carlson literally went to, did he go to Fallujah with fucking with the Academy dipshits? Pretty sure he like posed with them. Yeah. No, not Hungary. That part is fine. This is like an extremely rare Tucker Carlson, actually. Like, people don't know about this. I don't know why people don't fucking talk about this too much. Yeah, here it is. Here is a young Tucky boy with literally bloodthirsty murderers inside the not-so-secret armies of Operation Iraqi Freedom. For a moment, I felt what is to be an American civilian contractor in Iraq. He wrote this originally in 2004. About 100 yards into Iraq, we stopped to pick up weapons. A half a dozen Kurds and white Citroens met us in a trash-strewn lot over the border from Kuwait. There were no morons in our convoy. These were American civilian contractors, employees from one of the private security companies in the U.S. government has hired to pacify and reconstruct post-war Iraq. The group was led by Kelly McCann, a 45-year-old former Marine officer and a security expert. Tucker Carlson wrote this in 2004, back when he was saying, bro, the mental illness for you to know this is insane. Listen, motherfucker, I know my enemies really well, okay? Especially when they are dangerous propagandists. Especially when other people are running around. Wait, what the fuck? The bitches set me up. Wait, what? The fuck? Anyway, McCann and I have been friendly for a couple of years. When I asked him what exactly civilian contractors were doing in Iraq, a subject about which there has been much speculation but relatively few published facts, he offered to show me. Yeah, he said that in 2011. I know, I saw. You know this, but not that Tucker's dad was the head of Voice of America? No, I did not know that part. I did know that Tucker Carlson wanted to be a CIA officer, though. I know that he tried to be CIA. So that's one thing that I knew. Anyone claiming Tucker is anti-war is a useful idiot. He's just a neocon 2.0. The only reason he criticized NATO's war on Russia is because he wants war on China instead. Tucker lamented if Russia ever joined forces with China, American global hegemony would end. Tucker and the far right's anti-war narrative is that Russia is white, capitalist, and Christian, and therefore the West should try to recruit it to wage war on China, which these racist imperialists see as an Asian, communist, atheistic threat to Western civilization. This part is true. They don't give a fuck about Russia. They think that Russia is another like imperialist power in the West that is actually Christian, just like the good old boys are here in the West. They think Russia is like white enough to be considered Western, especially because they correctly identify that Russia is not a fucking communist nation anymore. So they don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, these guys are rugged, individualistic capitalists that we put into positions of power. The country is an oligarchy run by our kleptocrats, our Western-facing oligarch kleptocrats that we put in positions of power as we were reconstructing the USSR to our liking. Okay, so why the fuck would we care if they are like fucking over Ukraine or whatever? They don't give a shit. They think like, oh, and they're also anti-woke, so that's great. Here, let's take a look.
If Russia ever joined forces with China, American global hegemony, its power would end instantly. You'd have the world's largest landmass and largest natural gas reserves allied with the world's largest population and world's largest economy. So a Russia-China axis would be not just more powerful than the United States, but much more powerful. It would have the scale to control a lot of the world's economy and trade routes and raw materials. It could project military force that, posturing aside, we actually don't have the power to stop. If Russia and China ever got together, it would be a brand new world, and the United States would be greatly diminished. Most Americans agree that would be bad. If Russia ever joined...
Yeah, I mean, this is like typical neocon anti-multipolarity shit. Like, setting aside real issue is dangerous propaganda. I really fucking hate his voice. It's so annoying. I know. I'd already gotten to the part to answer. Anyway, so, I mean, he's over here hanging out with fucking contractors. These are the guys who literally did out and about straight up war crimes and massacres, okay? The idea that Tucker Carlson is a good person, Tucker Carlson just got booted from Fox News, so it's worth recalling the most memorable interview he did. One he didn't air because the guests exposed him for what he really is. This was with Rutger Bregman, famously, where he had some fucking takes on him too. Tucker Carlson is not the darling that the anti-imperialist, anti-fucking military state darling that Glenn Greenwald claims he is for some fucking weird reason. Anyway, so here, let's take a look at this entire thread. I mean, instead of this one, I want to use an old video of mine, actually. Let's see, because I covered this at the Young Turks. This shit had 1.4 million views, baby.
Yourself, you tiny brain, and I hope this gets picked up.
Here's Tucker Carlson losing his mind at a Dutch historian he had on as a guest. My favorite crypto fascist lost his cool after having Rutger Bregman on a show, thinking this would be the usual the lefter hypocrites hour.
Are you the first person ever to note that people are flying private to talk about global warming and that none of them mention tax avoidance? Has anyone ever said that before at Davos that you know of?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on Davos history, but it is a bit hypocritical, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Just listen to how excited Tucker is, thinking this guy is just going to play into his narrative after dunking on a bunch of billionaires at Davos.
I mean, 1,500 private jets have flown in here to hear Sir David Attenborough speak about, how we're wrecking the planet. The vast majority of Americans, for years and years now, according to the polls, including Fox News viewers and including Republicans, are in favor of higher taxes on the rich. But no one's saying that at Davos, just as no one's saying it on Fox News, right?
And others have noted that. We've noted it on this show. We've just never gone to Davos and said it out loud as you did. So if I was wearing a hat, I would take it off to you. What response did you get?
I mean, they were not very happy with me, but I'm just, I think, a random Dutch historian who's basically saying whatever around the globe is thinking.
But this is the moment when the wheels start coming off, when Bregman starts talking about taxes. And watch Tucker malfunction because he doesn't have a dialogue tree prepared for this point.
Well, what was interesting, I thought, about what you said was you noted something. I mean, many people have called for higher taxes, but very few have
Not on this
noted.
channel.
It would be interesting to know how many hours of Fox you've watched.
There you go, deflect, drive the narrative back to the tax avoidance thing. Don't talk about higher taxes. Oh, please, dear God, don't talk about higher taxes on Fox News. And after this, Tucker tries to claim this is a different economy now, so we somehow can't have higher taxes for the wealthy for some reason, even though the reason labor was outsourced overseas is also because of capitalism, but whatever. But Bregman doesn't cave and actually doubles down and then drives the point that Tucker is working to hold up the system.
So I think the issue really is one of corruption and of people being bribed and of not talking about the real issues. What the Murdochs basically want you to do is to scapegoat immigrants instead of talking about tax avoidance.
Whew! Calling out the Murdochs, billionaire tax avoidance, and the immigrant scapegoats? Oh, Lord, dude.
You are a millionaire funded by billionaires. That's what
You look chubby back then? How do you look better now than in this video, man? That was years ago. What the fuck? It's called money, bitch. That's what it is. What do you mean? It's money. I was fucking broke back. I was a broke boy. Like, that's literally. I wasn't chubby back then. I was actually skinnier back then. I just looked chubby, I guess.
You're not part of the solution. You're part of the problem, actually.
Got him. Now watch Tuckerbot malfunction.
AOC, wait, but can I just say, and
You're just not talking about certain things.
It doesn't even, Fox doesn't even play where you are.
Here I imagine Tucker falling down a deep, dark, bottomless well, and this is him just like trying to grab onto anything, just a ledge, a branch, anything, and this is all he can come up with. Despicable.
Well, have you heard of the internet? I can watch things whatever I want, I have, actually. I can't say I'm a great fan of your show, but I do my homework when you invite me on your show. You're probably not going to air this, but I went to Davos to speak truth to power, and I'm doing exactly the same thing right now. You might not like it, but you're a millionaire funded by billionaires, and that's the reason why you're not talking about these issues.
But I am talking about these issues.
Yeah, only now. Come on, you jumped the bandwagon. You're all like, oh, I'm against the globalist elite, blah, blah, blah. It's not very convincing, to be honest.
Why don't you go yourself, you tiny brain, and I hope this gets picked up, because you're a moron. I tried to give you a hearing, but you were too annoying for people.
You can't handle the criticism, can you?
I don't know how this clip is allowed on the internet. This is literally my kink, okay? Some people
Redhead with no freckles. We got a daywalker on our hands, boys. Okay, we're gonna move on from this. There's more because there's so much more to talk about here. I don't even know which one this is about. Once the left complains about race, we can address the white genocide conspiracy theory. I guess this is from fucking 4 years ago. You want to see?
Hi, Tucker Carlson's white pilling your dads every night.
On the left, you may have noticed everything is about race. Everything, even things that have nothing to do with race.
There's one thing Tucker Carlson hates. It's continuing to wear bow ties. That and talking about race. Unless it's about preserving the white race.
Everybody gets a safe space except white men. They are hated and despised. Attacking white men for being white men. Attack white men for their privilege in a whole bunch of ways.
I was handed a box of saltine crackers, and in a group chat during the event, a student photoshopped my face onto a cracker.
This is what Tucker Carlson's doing with Bill.
By the way, I've been on that fucking cracker shit for years too. Another fucking point of consistency for old Hasan versus new Hasan. Literally fucking look at this. Look at this. This is from 2018, man. It's from 2018, dog. That's 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was talking about fucking crackers and making jokes about it when, like, again, Dipshits like Tucker Carlson tried to make this like a major point of contention. They try to act like this was the biggest deal. 5 years ago, white nationalists were still fucking complaining about the top of the hour ad break. And I was telling them, listen, at the top of the hour, there are no ad breaks at this point, but 5 years in the future, there might be. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yes, I'm a little off on my game, okay? I'm a dad now. I'm a dog dad, and it's throwing me off. It's 1:17, but I'm running the 3-minute ad break now. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here is the motherfucking 3-minute ad break now. Kyle Marks, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tamana, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 15 people no longer to see the ads is all going to the Pupper Ciao feed fund. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Can we see the dog? Bro, look. Look above me. She's sleeping behind me right now. And if you think I'm going to wake her up, you're out of your mind. Kami Cole, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Holy shit. Heartsy with the 5. Coral Markers with another 5. Run for fucking president. You already have the dog. Coward, be the father that stepped up. B Bonjuk, thank you for the 20 gifted. You can't use a dog dad excuse for everything. Yes, I can. And I will continue using it. Are you out of your mind? Because it's also true. I have avoided, I think, like 12 obligations so far. And it's totally a real and very valid excuse. I'm not even kidding. Wokege, avoid. Yeah.
Bill O'Reilly's coveted 8 p.m. slot on Fox News, which is currently the 3rd most popular cable news show in the country.
By the way, just to pause, I assume that's a slur against your ethnicity, correct?
I've talked about this on my Twitch a lot, but only the most important subjects are covered on Tucker's show, like white genocide, which is in fact something that the left is advocating for, apparently.
You guys noticed the fucking subtle promo for my Twitch back then? That's how I was trying to grow it.
But he did not notably advocate for genocide. A Georgetown professor called Christine Fair did do that.
Imagine being a producer on Tucker's show, constantly scouring the internet looking for blue checkmark Twitter users saying dumb things while they're emotionally distraught in order to make wild claims like that the left is advocating for white genocide. Of course, this isn't how white genocide is actually happening. According to the folks Tucker is mirroring, white genocide is happening because immigration is changing the nation's demographics, and it's being justified by an evil liberal plot called diversity.
Diversity is our strength, they screech, as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Here is Tucker Carlson. This is another Media Matters video that I love. Basically, literally mirroring white nationalist agitated propaganda. Identical to what the white nationalists are saying. Here's Lana Lochtef saying the exact same thing that he's saying. Here, I mean,
as if that settles the conversation by itself, like a magic talisman.
Diversity. We hear about it nonstop. It's the mainstream motto.
Tucker's relentless attacks against diversity, multiculturalism, and immigrants as a whole are literally identical to white supremacists, white nationalists, and neo-Nazis. They're also reductive and oftentimes completely baseless comparisons.
How precisely is diversity our strength? Since you've made this our new national motto, please be specific as you explain it.
Well, for one, diverse executive boards generate better returns, among countless other studies that show the many benefits of diversity, but I'm sure the biases of racially anxious agitators are more important than empirical evidence.
Can you think, for example, of other institutions, such as, I don't know, marriage or military units, in which the less people have in common, the more cohesive they are?
Well, Tucker, you have the most in common with your family members. Are you suggesting keeping marriage within your family? Why do you want to have sex with your cousins, Tucker? Also, as far as non-diverse militaries go, maybe you should open a history book and take that up with General Robert E. Lee. Go on, Tuck. What else?
Latin American countries are changing election outcomes here by forcing demographic change on this country at a rate that American voters consistently say they don't want.
This guy, for the record, is what Glenn Greenwald is calling like a brilliant American military state guy.
This assertion is preposterous because, I mean, it's completely untrue. Just look at polling data. 75%.
He said Latin American countries are changing U.S. electoral outcomes because they're sending people by the droves. Okay? That's what he said. Which, by the way, again, So did Richard Spencer. That's the whole cut. Like, that cut is supposed to show what Tucker Carlson is saying is identical to what white nationalists, white supremacists say.
Some of Americans say that immigration is a good thing. So who are the Americans you're referring to here? These guys?
It sounds to me like we got a problem with people who got here legally, altering the landscape.
Another fucking Heil Titler ass bitch right here, Christopher Cantwell. Behold the master race, by the way. Every single person on the right side of the fucking screen is saying identical shit to Tucker Carlson is another ugly ass, out and about, openly fucking white nationalist, openly white supremacist Nazi, for the record.
Politically, I don't like it. You stop it.
But I guess we should just run the country on the white fragility of crying neo-Nazis as opposed to the overwhelming majority of Americans' wishes. But play us out, Tucker. Give us a cherry-picked example that could easily be countered with facts.
Hazleton's population was 2% Hispanic. Just 16 years later, Hazleton is majority Hispanic.
Yeah, the majority Hispanic population in Hazleton literally revitalized a dying fucking economy. Tucker Carlson looked at that positive example of immigration changing, yes, the demographic makeup of an entire town, while also simultaneously creating a tremendous amount of fucking opportunities for businesses to thrive in a town that like America had forgotten. And he literally is saying that like it's a bad thing. Why is it a bad thing? Because some of the people in Hazleton were fucking racist and literally thought he was right about the exchange. Brother, are you fucking stupid? Please understand something here. He is looking at demographic change as a bad thing across the board, even if it leads to economic growth. Do you understand? Do you understand why that is kind of stupid? Like, yes, Hazleton got an influx of migrants. Okay, well, not even like first-gen migrants, but just Hispanic people in general. Okay, and we're talking about like a tiny-ass fucking town. So the demographic change did happen. It's still a profoundly fucking conservative place, by the way. So don't worry. But yes, immigrant enclaves, unironically, do tend to create economic opportunity for the people that live there that was left behind. So for the record, for you to look at a place like Hazleton and go, oh my God, it's so bad that the demographics change because it's like all Hispanics now in Hazleton, okay? It's all Hispanics now, even though they're fucking conservative too. If you were to look at that and go, I don't give a fuck about the economic prosperity that came into this town as a consequence, and I only care about how there are more immigrants there now, you're just a fucking idiotic racist. You get that, right? The article that Tucker Carlson is referencing here was unironically an article that legitimately promoted what happened to Hazleton. And he looks at that article and like picks apart the demographic shift and gets mad about it.
That's a lot of change. People who grew up in Hazleton return to find out they can't communicate with the people who now live there. And that's bewildering for people.
Hazleton's a perfect example of immigrants saving a small coal mining town from absolute economic annihilation by opening up small businesses, and even the large immigrant-run corporations who have brought jobs over to the small town. This is, of course, despite the efforts made by the white population to fight off the immigrant scourge with...
Just understand that real quick. Like, yeah, pre-watched. Yeah, of course I pre-watched. Think about that, dude. Think about how fucking stupid that is. You're so profoundly fucking racist that you're like, I don't even want economic help. I don't even want economic prosperity if it means that, like, you know, immigrants are going to be living next to me, or people that, you know, are you know, they have the same opinions, that have the same background for the most part. They just, like, you know, one generation ago lived in a different country. I would rather die. I would rather let my bumfuck, deprived, destroyed, bumpkin ass fucking town continue rotting than let some lightly brown motherfuckers in. okay, to shoot economic stimulus into the country, into the town itself. Think about how fucking racist you gotta be, dude. Holy shit.
Unconstitutional regulations, and even the Nat Geo article that you're using here to advance your narrative mentions the reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker...
Like, look at this. Hazleton's population is younger, the hospital is no longer in bankruptcy, and major employers such as Amazon, Cargill, and American Eagle Outfitters have opened distribution centers and plants offering jobs.
Reality that immigration has drastically improved Hazleton. But you won't hear that part because Tucker's not in the business of making America better. He's just trying to do white identity politics. And I'm sorry to tell you this, Tucker, but facts don't care about your feelings. I'm Hasan Piker. If you're mad that...
So yeah, there you go. That's just like how Tucker Carlson cuts propaganda. Oftentimes, he's just like, he doesn't hate capitalism, but he hates capitalism if capitalism is promoting diversity. Why? Because companies and their bottom lines are impacted positively by doing like diversity narratives and pandering, especially. That's why he cuts a lot of fucking propaganda talking about sexy ass M&Ms and how he wants to fuck and suck them. Okay? But, you know, that doesn't end there. We already covered the Rutger Bregman thing. Tucker Carlson got booted from Fox News, so it's worth recalling the most memorable interview he did. We already talked about that. Then the most telling Tucker Carlson segment for me was when he did a hit piece on Fidel Castro and specifically highlighted his sending of aid to Angola to help destroy the South African apartheid regime as one of his most evil acts. This is the guy who, according to Glenn Greenwald, was like, routinely defending. What did Glenn Greenwald say about Cuba? He said, objected to regime change efforts in Cuba.
Come on, Professor. Why are you making... Look, that's monstrous. He put people in prison for criticizing him. He sent, as you know, a lot of his doctors, an awful lot, to places like Angola and Venezuela to help other revolutions in progress. There's no excuse for that. And here's my meta question. Why does the left make excuses for a monster like Fidel Castro? Why? Come on, Professor. Why are you making... Look,
A monster. A monster like Fidel Castro. Yes, the answer is because he's fucking hot, dude. That's why, because he's sexy. In all the deranged denunciations of Castro by conservatives and liberals, I've never seen anyone mention his sending of aid to Angola. But Tucker did, as he adores South African apartheid regime. Here is Mandela thanking Fidel personally for helping end that fascist regime.
You must tell me when you are coming to South Africa. Me tiene que decir cuándo viene para Sudáfrica. Yo sé, no, un momentito. Seguro, sí, yo recibí. The sooner the better. And we have had a visit from a wide variety of people.
Is this important politics? Yes, I think that the unceremonious separation of the most popular right-wing, nationalist, white nationalist propaganda is being unceremoniously let go from the most successful, most popular news franchise in this country is pretty important. This guy is literally brainwashing your parents every goddamn night. Every night. He is a tremendously successful propagandist, and him being let go from Fox News is very important. Yeah, think about like the old guy that shot the 16-year-old black kid. You know, that dude for sure is watching Tucker Carlson every goddamn night. Fox News is open at every retirement home. They're watching it non-goddamn stop. Anyway, but let's get back to this. Tucker Carlson was also the most deranged, fanatical pusher of neocon military-industrial complex, CIA security state push for a new Cold War against China. He almost single-handedly entered it into the mainstream of the U.S. and pushed liberals to follow suit. I don't agree with that. I don't think Tucker Carlson was single-handedly doing that. But the idea that Tucker Carlson wasn't regularly and routinely fucking agitating against China in the same way that like MSNBC does, in the same way that like everyone does on the liberal side, is true. The China threat. China is the real threat, not Russia. Remember, these guys, and Noam Chomsky has talked about this famously, you can spot a right-wing dove from a mile away for lying to you about their ingenuine takes on war, okay? They're disingenuous. Why? because they're never anti-war on the principles of being anti-war. They're not anti-war because of humanitarian reasons. They're anti this war. They're anti this war that they consider to be not a good war. There are better wars out there that you could be fighting. That's what usually these guys will do. They'll lie about this. Yay! Good job. Is she peeing? Yay! Hold on 1 second. We interrupt this broadcast because someone deserves a treat. She's peeing on that pad. She got a dog. She's got a dog PhD, man. What the fuck? Yay! Good job. More peeing. Yeah. She's rationing the treats. Look at this. She's like, oh yeah, you like that? Let me go back and piss on it again. This way I can double up on my treats. Good job. You're such a good baby. Yeah, she's piss maxing. A concept known as piss maxing. That's what she's doing. All right, we're back. We're back to sleeping. She's like, I did my job for the day. Look at how tired I am. Oh my God, I'm so tired. I'm so tired now that I've done my pee-pee on the pad. Enough activity for me. Cutie. She's quiet quitting. She could never, dude. Are you kidding me? Her job is the most difficult job of all. Is to make dad not get angry. That dog is going to be dangerously smart. Watch out. Yeah. I wish my dog was that calm as a puppy. He was a little crackhead. Yeah, no, she is a little crackhead. Don't worry. Like off stream, I have to run around and have her chase me. It's the cutest little thing when she like runs around. She's so goofy still. But you know, she gets the little zoomies as puppies often do. Overnight stream while she's more active? Yeah, we're not going to do that. Bigger Kai cam and smaller stream cam? Okay, chill. She's already bigger than me. Cam-wise. Anyway. Where were we? Oh, we're talking about fucker Carlson. So at this stage, we still don't know why he left Fox News. But now that I've like given you the groundwork a little bit to understand that like all of the pro Tucker Carlson narratives that you're hearing from the media are going to be silly. No Tucker equals no content. Hasan, what will you do? What do you... Okay, here's what I will do. If, for example, tomorrow we had like implemented full-blown communism in this country, this is all I would do. I would be a full-blown puppy streamer. There is a million different types of content that I could look at. Yesterday, for 5 hours, we literally looked at just puppy videos, okay? There are a million different things that I could do that would be awesome. Give her privacy? No. All right, back to sleep. Back to sleepy time for her. I can tell. Gonna sit there a little bit, get bored, and then fucking poof. Only on the HasanAbi broadcast does someone get a full lesson on mainstream right-wing propaganda and all. Look at Kaya. Oh my God, Queen, love her. Don't say cute, challenge, impossible, difficulty. Yes. Let's continue.
To send their message because they knew that Donald Trump would be watching and so closely tracking that show in and of itself. Do we know where he was in his contract? Are they going to be able to say that this was, end of his contract, they just wanted to try something different?
I'm not sure. I mean,
Yeah.
I have been reaching out. I have also reached out to Tucker Carlson and everyone trying to get more information on this. But this is a very short statement. Also, notably, there's no statement from Tucker Carlson in here. It doesn't seem, if I had to guess, that they parted ways amicably.
Yep.
We'll be obviously looking for more information in the hours ahead.
I think the other question here is it's not just about this defamation case that has already been settled. There is more to come. There's more legal action, Smartmatic and others. And it does make you wonder if this is something to do with that, because it is so abrupt and it doesn't seem amicable at this point. Not with that statement.
That's right. There's a lot more legal.
I don't think this has anything to do with the fucking Smartmatic, Dominion defamation suits. Especially considering that Tucker Carlson's commentary on it was like, if Tucker Carlson is at like an 11 out of 10 when talking about fucking white nationalist agitated propaganda, doing racial agitation, he's at an 11 out of 10. When he was talking about like the election is stolen, he was just doing regular Republican ass shit. And when he was talking about specifically like, Dominion stuff, he strayed away from that regularly. He also privately totally recognized that, these guys were bad for business. Tucker Carlson may be a socialist, but he was a socialist that told Republicans to fight less wars, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. Of course, the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire would come out with some like unhinged ass statements like that and claim Tucker Carlson was a socialist, dude. Yeah. Tucker Carlson is pretty clearly a socialist. Here's one example of many of Tucker willing to use state violence to redistribute resources. It's fine to like Tucker because he stands up to the regime in a way, if you will, but he's still a socialist. Yeah, totally. Cleared by Babylon B. You hate to see it. Fox News fires the only reason people watch Fox News. Oh my God. That's literally true, dude. It's like if I fired Kaya, the only reason why people watch this broadcast now. But I could never do that because she's the best. Look at her going to town on that bone. Man, people just say things. Yeah, I know. But in the United States of America, socialism is whatever the fuck. Socialism is whatever the fuck, the most unhinged, the least educated right-wing weirdo claims it is, okay? It's never what, like, any of the theorists or economists or philosophers said socialism is. It's whatever the fuck the most unhinged right-wing guy thinks it is. Socialism means that you have to be poor. Socialism means that you can't have a car. You can't have a fucking house for your family. I know I'm sounding like someone who's being very specific, oddly specific about, shit that's been slung his way, but socialism means no puppies. Yeah, exactly. Socialism is when you don't immediately murder the mailman stepping on your property. He was working for the state. Yeah. Speaking of mailmen, mailmen and mailwomen are fucking heroes. Okay. Straight up. I caught one on my way back home, and I stopped and I asked, like, where can I send this USPS already prepaid Embark DNA test? And she was like, I'll take it. And she took it. Release the mail person. They're called mailing persons now because of wokeism. I don't know why, but somehow your stream have gotten a lot better and your viewers are up. Really cool. Wonder what could be the cause for that. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's right above me. My cool and calm demeanor that basically plays like a Subway Surfers in the background. That is not even a Subway Surfer. And also I'm less cranky. Anyway. You think they fired him because of the Dominion payout? No, I don't. I mean, here, the decision is not... Los Angeles Times also reported on this, said the decision is not related to the $787.5 million settlement from Fox News. Oh, what was that? What was that? However, some of Carlson's comments about management that turned up in the discovery process for the case may have played a role in the demise. Carlson was by far the most popular host on Fox News, averaging more than 3 million viewers a night. Tucker Carlson cleared my ass in ways, in many ways that I cannot even begin to explain to you. That's why it's always a laughable notion when people overemphasize or greatly exaggerate my level of like influence over a massive audience. So, you know. All right, let's watch what these weirdos have to say,
action
though.
on the way for Fox News. They have the Smartmatic lawsuit, which is a $2.7 billion lawsuit that's also making its way through the courts, and that hasn't been resolved yet. So it's potentially possible that, you know, Fox News just had enough. They maybe have needed a scapegoat, someone to just kind of throw and say, look, we got rid of this guy. I mean, because they do have some other problems with shareholders probably upset that they had these election deniers go on air and knowingly spread falsehoods. So, you know, there's a lot of things at play.
Yeah, but there was so much, you know, that was.
Oh, fuck, I'm so muted. I'm super muted. Okay. Someone asked, are you going to compensate Kaya for her labor, considering that, you know, it's beneficial to have her on the broadcast? And the answer is, of course. My entire life is dedicated to, you know, making sure her life is as best as possible. So, yeah. No. No. Don't do that. Trying to get unruly. What's she doing? What the dog doing? Free Kaya, I might go in there and give her some pets, or I might actually get my mom to take her outside in a little bit, just to the front yard, so she can run around a little bit and maybe do a poopy. Actually, I might do that right now. Hold on.
Was happening for so long before we got to this point, right? I mean,
yeah, but now they've had to pay $787 million, exactly. And they have shareholders who are not happy about that. I mean, that's a lot of money.
We'll see. Look, it's hard to imagine Fox all of a sudden just changing the way it does business completely. They've had to do payouts before. Let me just read this statement because it is so short.
Yeah.
It says, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host, and prior to that as a contributor. Mr. Carlson's last program was Friday, April 21st. That's really incredible in its brevity there. As for Tucker Carlson, this may sound outlandish to some, but there are people who suggested that maybe he would become a Republican candidate himself.
And that's because of the firm grip he has exerted over the GOP in the last few years. I mean, I should say this, he's the top-rated host, not only on Fox, but really all of cable. I mean, he was commanding a huge audience, and he was very influential over that audience. It was a very loyal audience. They tuned in. If you look at the ratings would spike on Fox News specifically for Tucker Carlson. And so, yeah, he has a huge sway over GOP primary voters. I think that's why those questions were raised, whether he would potentially run for president one day. You know, doesn't seem like that's probably why he's leaving, given the statement and the way this ended here.
We've decided to part ways. It's not a way you send off your top-rated anybody on any show for any reason. Yeah. You don't cast them aside or part ways with them unless something is wrong. I mean, he was on the list for possible witnesses when it came to the Dominion voting trial.
He was supposed to be one of the first witnesses that they called to the stand, and of course that got averted when they had that settlement. Yeah. But we should also point out too, he is so extreme. I mean, the things that he was doing on his program make Sean Hannity look like a moderate. I mean, it started off more as he was a mainstream conservative figure, but he has really been radicalized in recent years, and he's also radicalized his audience. I mean, the things that were promoted on his show used to be what you would see on InfoWars, which is that far-right company hosted and founded by Alex Jones, who was also facing over $1 billion in legal problems. But it was being mainstream to the Fox News audience, which is obviously very dangerous. And so it's potentially possible that Fox thinks it can get away with someone more like Sean Hannity, who promotes a lot of conspiracy theories himself, but is a little bit more mainstream, not as radical as Tucker.
They've been letting this go on for years. This is not like new.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, the timing of all this. We'll have to wait and see what he says. I'm sure there will be something coming out from his side of things.
Well, that's kind of an interesting question, though, because what we do know when it comes to Fox and when they part ways with someone, they're just ask Gretchen Carlson.
NDAs. Non-disclosure agreement.
And the interesting thing, too, is he free to jump to another network if that's something he wants to do? Newsmax, if he jumped to Newsmax, which is that smaller right-wing channel that Fox News was really worried about in the wake of the 2020 election, his audience, I'm sure, would follow him over there. So is he free to do that? Is that something he wants to do? Is it possible he wants to do something like Glenn Beck, start his own media empire on the side? There's a lot of different options for him here, depending on what his contract is.
And I will say, the legal problems for Fox are not over. They have the Smartmatic lawsuit. Smartmatic has sued Fox for more than Dominion did, and now you have a potential disgruntled ex-employee, Tucker Carlson, as a witness there.
And we should say this, too. Last week, after this Dominion lawsuit was settled, you saw Tucker Carlson kind of poke the eye of everyone when he went on his program and was just talking about, can you imagine a media company openly lying to the viewers? It seemed like a subtle reference to what Fox News was accused of and him trying to make it about the rest of the media. So, you know, he really was someone who didn't seem bound by the normal rules over at Fox, and now his time there is coming to an end.
All right, Oliver Darcy, keep us posted. I imagine there will be more coming out.
The sudden and stunning end to Tucker Carlson's tenure at Fox. The network revealing just minutes ago that Carlson hosted his last show this past Friday. Carlson had been a network staple since back in 2009. 6 years, almost 7 years, he had his primetime show. Just 2 weeks ago, he headlined a very important network get, the first post-arraignment interview with the former President Donald Trump. Fox on air and in its statement brands this decision as mutual. Let's get straight to CNN's Oliver Darcy. Oliver, giant news. What do we know about how it happened and why?
This is really astonishing news, John. In the world of media and in politics, we don't really have any details outside the short statement that I want to read to you from Fox News, which was put out moments ago. It says, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. And it goes on to say that his last program already aired on Friday, April 21st, and that he will, or his hour will now be hosted by a rotating cast of different hosts over on the network. So a very short statement. I can't imagine that this was amicable. Notably missing from the statement was anything from Tucker Carlson himself. And John, this is huge, like I said, in Republican politics as well as media, because Tucker Carlson exerted so much control and so much power and influence over the Republican Party base. You often saw lawmakers like Ted Cruz go on his show and grovel at his feet when he would lash out at them on air. And you, like you said, he had the first interview with Donald Trump after.
This dog is literally a prison break expert, dude. I swear to God. She is jailbreaking. Hello. Every time she does like a butt wink, I'm like so worried that she's going to take a shit or a piss on something that she's not supposed to. You know what I mean? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. What are you doing? She yearns for freedom. Okay? She's so big. There's nothing. She's so big, nothing can hold her back. And you just rewarded her for doing that? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna put her back in there, but I am going to most likely. What? She's pushing the mic away. She's like, no. Remember this time when you can still pick her up? Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Even if she's 200 pounds, I'll still pick her up. It's so funny when she gets on the desk. She's like, no, I'm the captain. Look at this. Look. Hold on. I'm going to show you this real quick. Look at this. Oh, God, my hands are so busted. She's like, no, this is my show. Look at this. She put her paws on there. She's trying to get on the desk. Oh, whoa, whoa. Chill. What's she gonna do? Oh, she's pressing buttons. Calm down. No! Wait. Hold on. Oh, no. Bro, she's pressing buttons, dude. No. We can't be doing that. Yeah, my keyboard is dusty. Shut up. It's a real gamer keyboard. He's like, I heard you have been avoiding playing scary games. She's like, She's literally over here being like, dude, dad, you forgot to run the fucking top of the hour ad break. What's wrong with you? He's like, the top of the hour ad break is very important. If you'd fucking lose your job, you know, I won't be able to get fucking well fed. I'm a big girl. Better fucking get me some of that extra expensive fucking lamb feed continuously, you big bitch. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now, sponsored by Kaya. Got that delish puppy coffee breath? A little bit. She does have puppy breath, yes. Not gonna lie, King, the dog is cucking the content for the politics frogs out here. Yes, dude, but you know the politics frogs need to fucking chill out, okay? This is my life. You know, I have to live my life. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can avoid those ads as long as you subscribe. The DND Andy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. The Gafficus, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. This is a little ad break with Kaya. All right, let's continue. What do you want? Do you hear her? The Raging Hoppa, thank you for the 15 gifted subs. Hold on, I'm not gonna turn off the noise gate. No. Hold
on. He was arraigned in New York court, and so this is a huge moment, I think, not only in media but also in politics for the whole country.
And so, Oliver, we want to be careful because there's a lot we don't know, as you smartly pointed out there, and you very smartly pointed out that there's no comment from Tucker Carlson in the statement issued by Fox. You can draw an inference from that, but we need to be careful. There was nothing, you very carefully covered the lawsuit, Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News. This is not required. There was nothing in that settlement. Fox settled the lawsuit, agreed to pay the money, and there was absolutely nothing like this on the table. So this comes as a total surprise, right?
As far as we know, that was not part of the settlement deal. Now, it's always possible that there was something in there that we didn't know. It's hard to imagine, John, that this is a coincidence. After Fox pays the highest defamation settlement ever that's publicly recorded in U.S. history, $787 million to Dominion last week. After the settlement, days after Tucker Carlson losing his show, it's hard to imagine these things are coincidental. But the network's not tying the decision to that in their statement.
I've made a major mistake. I'm letting her free roam in the room right now, which might be a major mistake. I will give you updates.
And so we just simply don't know how directly connected they are, but hard to imagine that this was a coincidence days after that settlement.
It certainly is. Oliver Darcy, come back to us if you learn any more in the hour ahead on this big breaking news story. Appreciate the hustle to bring it to our viewers at the top of the hour. Now, some of Carlson's 3 million viewers will be surprised when they tune in tonight, and they'll find their favorite anchor missing. But if you were watching last hour, this is how you learned on Fox of this dramatic decision.
We have some news from within our Fox family. Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have mutually agreed to part ways. Tucker's last show was this past Friday. We want to thank Tucker Carlson for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a long-term contributor.
I want to bring in our CNN media analyst, Sarah Fisher. Sarah, just the way that was read right there, Harris Faulkner reading that on the air very calmly, very quickly, very dispassionately. Have you learned anything in the minute since we've learned this big news to the big question, which is why?
Well, we've asked Dominion spokespeople if this is explicitly tied. They said that there is nothing they can share yet about whether it's tied to the settlement. But the other thing that we're worried about or thinking about right now is what those tapes from former Fox producer Abby Grossberg may have uncovered. Of course, you'll recall that she was part of this suit in that she claimed that Fox News had sort of meddled with her testimony. She had then put out an amended legal filing shortly before the court case and said that basically there was tapes in which Rudy Giuliani and others were saying things about the voting machine fraud, Dominion, et cetera. So one could ask yourselves, is there something implicating there? But there was nothing that was a part of this agreement, to your point, John, that said that any personnel would be fired from the settlement. In fact, within this settlement, there wasn't even any requirement that Fox had to apologize or retract any of its reporting.
And Sarah, he said the 8 o'clock hour, excuse me, since Megyn Kelly moved on. That's almost 7 years. I think 6 or going on 7 years ago now. The timing, you could look backwards, and you look just a week or so ago, the Dominion settlement. You can also look forward. Fox, whatever you think of it, whatever people watching think of the network, making this decision as we head into a 2024 presidential campaign cycle. Somebody who, as we noted, had the first post-arraignment interview with the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, who's the Republican frontrunner. For a network that prides itself on its political coverage, to do this at this moment is stunning and tells you something.
Absolutely does. Not only was Tucker Carlson like the highest rated personality on Fox, John, he was one of the highest rated shows on all of cable. So it's an explosive move that Fox is going to do this, especially to your point ahead of the 2024 election. There isn't really like a backup for Tucker Carlson. There's no major personality that brings in the same kind of ratings that he does. The Five does very well, one of their shows, but it's not like they have someone in their stable that they're going to be able to replace him with. I do think it's notable that they didn't give Tucker Carlson a chance to even sign off. To me, that tells you that part of this decision may have been a little bit rushed. We don't know who's going to replace him. All we know for now is that that hour will continue with political coverage. They ran a promotional spot earlier today touting an interview with a potential candidate. We just don't know who's going to be the permanent host quite yet.
I'm trying to get her to poop outside, but she's not. I just am assuming that like, she's gonna poop outside, but she has not done so. So I'm literally trying to keep track of her in the house. Now she's running around in the house right now, unhinged, and there's gonna be poopies everywhere now. Holy fuck.
And so Oliver Dorsey is still with us as well. Let's walk through some of what we do know. Again, we're waiting to learn more about the whys, Oliver. But in the Dominion suit, the text, Tucker Carlson's text, and several Fox hosts' texts, essentially saying what they knew to be true versus what they were saying on television, raising questions about the election. He said of Sidney Powell, who was the Trump lawyer, who was a frequent guest of his program, Sidney Powell is a lying, I'm not going to say it on television, effing bitch. You see that there? Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Oliver's not with us anymore. Stay with us. This was one of the hypocrisy, if you will, of what was happening. Tucker Carlson was not alone, but his program, as its lead primetime program at the moment, had that. Then other texts about moving on from Trump. We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately. Tucker Carlson saying that in his texts, and then again on the air defending Donald Trump, on the air spreading Trump's lies about a rigged election, and then just recently. That had to be an awkward moment, sitting across from him and giving that interview right after the arraignment.
Yeah, well, I think the most damning stuff, if this firing is actually tied to the settlement, John, is actually some of the stuff.
Rewind, what happened? We know what Tucker Carlson has said.
Promotional spot earlier today touting an interview with a potential candidate. We just don't know who's going to be the permanent host quite yet.
And so Oliver Dorsey is still with us as well. Let's walk through some of what we do know. Again, we're waiting to learn more about the whys, Oliver. But in the Dominion suit, the text, Tucker Carlson's text, and several Fox hosts' texts, essentially saying what they knew to be true versus what they were saying on television, raising questions about the election. He said of Sidney Powell, who was the Trump lawyer, who was a frequent guest of his program, Sidney Powell is a lying, I'm not going to say it on television, effing bitch. You see that there?
You can say bitch
Sarah,
on television, but not effing.
This was one of the hypocrisy, if you will, of what was happening. Tucker Carlson was not alone, but his program, as its lead primetime program at the moment, had that. Then other texts about moving on from Trump. We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately. Tucker Carlson saying that in his texts, and then again on the air defending Donald Trump, on the air spreading Trump's lies about a rigged election, and then just recently. That had to be an awkward moment, sitting across from him and giving that interview right after the arraignment.
Yeah, well, I think the most damning stuff, if this firing is actually tied to the settlement, John, is actually some of the stuff that Tucker Carlson was saying about trying to get a fellow Fox News reporter fired for her accurate coverage, for trying to accurately fact check a Donald Trump tweet. Donald Trump had tweeted something praising Fox News.
Bro, this dog's out of control.
Of the voting systems machines that referenced Dominion. That Fox News reporter, who is a colleague of Tucker Carlson's, fact checked it. And so when in pre-trial, discovery hearings, we found out that Tucker Carlson was.
every part of the gate that she can't, like, every part of the gate that I don't put weights behind, she will just, like, push and manipulate. She cannot be contained. She's going goblin mode. I got to get my mom to, like, take care of her for a little bit, like, take her outside or something, make her run around. I don't know. Because I thought making her run outside a little bit was going to be helpful. She got to go do some perimeter work. She has unlimited energy for certain time periods. You know what I'm going to do? While this continues, I'm just gonna play a little bit of tug of war with her to get her energy
secretly
out.
pushing to get reporters fired for trying to do accurate reporting. To me, that's actually even more damning as it pertains to the Dominion suit, a potential, the settlement, and potentially his firing being connected to the settlement, than what he was saying about Donald Trump. Because we know that it was hypocritical, but again, what he feels about Donald Trump doesn't necessarily impact Dominion's lawsuit for defamation.
That's very important points and great insights. Sarah Fisher, come back to us in the hour ahead or throughout the day if you learn more about this. Really appreciate your hustle on this breaking news for us.
Breaking news, and Kaylee actually said, what took so long? CNN is parting ways with star anchor Don Lemon. The network made the announcement just a moment ago, actually. And it says, quote, CNN and Don have parted ways. Don will forever be a part of the CNN family, I guess, but he can't work there. And we thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years. We wish him well and will be cheering him on in his future endeavors. Don Lemon also speaking out, writing a statement. Here's part of that. I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. So clearly they see this differently. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue.
I like that this is a 1-minute analysis of what happened to Don Lemon on CNN after like all the Tucker Carlson coverage, which, is not. Oh my God, I gotta figure this out. Hopefully my mom will reply in time. Yeah. Speaking of abrupt media firings, obviously we have to cover this while I try to deal with being a dad at the same time. Stop pushing that. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, he gave up. She gave up. She gave up. She gave up. Okay. Let's cover Tucker Carlson. In a lawsuit, Tucker Carlson is accused of promoting a hostile work environment. Turns out Carlson's former head of booking, Abby Grossberg, said that male producers regularly used vulgarities to describe women and frequently made anti-Semitic jokes. The suspicion is that this is the reason why Tucker Carlson might be out at Fox News. Not the Dominion case, nothing else, but legal troubles caused by... Okay. She has made you the authoritarian you claim to hate? I don't. I don't want to give her any bad traits and bad behavioral traits by giving in when she's like fucking crying and shit. You know what I mean? She's just learned how to push the cage, and she's just going to keep doing that over and over again, I think. This is her fun new activity. Thank you, B. Bonjik, for the 20 gifted subs. Okay. Get her a puppy den. Mesh pants. She won't be able to move it as much. Yeah, I'm going to fix all of that. Don't worry. This is just like a patchwork solution that is impromptu. Anyway. Tucker Carlson's facing a lawsuit from his former head of booking, Abby Grossberg, who says she was subjected to a hostile and discriminatory work environment. Ms. Grossberg, who was fired by Fox News shortly after she filed 2 lawsuits against the company in March, joined Mr. Carlson's team in 2022 after several years as a senior producer for Maria Bartiromo, another Fox News host. Maria Bartiromo, famously on the Fox Business side. Okay. Ms. Grossberg said in the lawsuit naming Mr. Carlson that I don't know why she's surprised she worked at Fox News. No, literally. I mean, she doesn't deserve to be subjected to this shit, but it's like in between booking like the latest and greatest voices in the white supremacist movement. She was surprised that she was surprised to find out that her anti-Semitic guest that she was booking for the Tucker Carlson broadcast of anti-Semitism it said anti-Semitic things. Like, it's very odd. On her first day working for Mr. Carlson, Ms. Grossberg said she discovered the office was decorated with large doctor pictures of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi wearing a plunging swimsuit. She said she once called into the top producer's office to be asked whether Ms. Bartiromo was having a sexual relationship with the House Speaker, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. Ms. Grossberg also said in her lawsuit that after she was coerced by Fox's lawyers into providing a misleading deposition in a recent defamation case brought by Dominion Voting Systems and defending an offensive text from Mr. Carlson, his producers emailed the rest of the staff in recognition of Abby Day and suggested ordering a staff lunch to celebrate. Fox has disputed Ms. Grossberg's claims, and Mr. Carlson hasn't said anything publicly about the case. We will continue to vigorously defend Fox against Ms. Grossberg's unmeritorious legal claims, which are riddled with false allegations against Fox and our employees, a Fox News spokeswoman said. The lawsuit filed in the Southern District of New York also names Fox Corporation, Fox News, some network executives, and several of Mr. Carlson's producers are defendants. Yeah, see, she tired herself out, by the way, for the record. I knew this was going to happen. She literally pushed the playpen a little bit, and now she's like, all right, I'm too tired. You should fix the pad in case she wants to poop, though. I will eventually. I don't want to wake her up, though. She's going to be wide awake tonight. She's wide awake every night, my man. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. In a statement on Monday, one of Mrs. Grossberg's attorneys, Tanvir Rahman, said that Carlson's departure from Fox News is, in part, an admission to the systemic lying, bullying, and conspiracy mongering claim by our client. Mr. Rahman said that the legal team will be taking Mr. Carlson's deposition and those subordinates in the very near term. So, woman who worked at Fox News discovers that Fox News is right-wing. More on this surprising news at 10. First of all, this is a real the leopards ate my face moment. But honestly, I love that. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's true. First of all, no one should be subjected to, vile anti-Semitic or misogynistic attacks in their workplace. But having said that, let's be fucking very clear. Let's be very real. Okay? Am I shocked that this woman was shocked? Yeah, I am actually. The fuck do you mean? Like, your job was to literally book everything short of Richard Spencer as Tucker Carlson's booker. Like you knew he's a white supremacist. The fuck do you mean? It's like, oh man, I sure hope when I clock into my racism factory job that there isn't racism on the fucking product line. It sure would be silly and bad. It's like, bro, what are you doing? I mean, I'm in favor of blaming her for doing her job. Yes, doing her job at the racism factory, dog. Like, what the fuck do you mean? This is like the same energy as those dumbass white supremacist Barbie dolls that were frustrated that the alt-right was not treating them with kindness and kept telling them to shut the fuck up and have a child already. Yeah, this classic. Alt-right women are upset that the alt-right men are treating them terribly. It's like, what do you expect? Of course. They're literally like, man, oh, what? This entire movement that we have like created around white supremacy and like traditional roots, is coming back to haunt us because we are also like one level of marginalization removed from white men. So obviously they're gonna shit on us too. That's crazy. Who would have thought, dude? I'm shocked. You know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. Tucker Carlson's a gigantic piece of shit. I mean, he's a threat for sure. I don't know where he will go. My immediate reaction was maybe he wanted more money. But it does seem like there could have been some legal complications. I still think he wanted more money. I'm going to be honest with you. Not to do that like this was my original fucking take, and that's why I want to double down on it. I think that he wanted money. He wanted so much fucking money that Fox News literally used this as a reason for separation, like an embarrassing reason for separation for him. Because normally I feel like this is the type of lawsuit that they just immediately clear up on in arbitration. You know what I mean? But it does seem kind of weird that it would come in this like incredibly unceremonious way. So maybe there's more to it, and I don't know. Fox also facing another larger defamation suit from Smartmatic in addition to the stuff he was saying about leadership. Yeah, I mean, yeah, up until this morning, I think he thought that he was going to be live tonight, and then they let him go, and that is important. If some TV personality is a threat, what do you even have worth protecting? Brother, I've talked about this a lot, but there is no such thing as like a commentator on the left that could be seen as a genuine viable threat. But if you are reinforcing the hierarchical oppression, the hierarchical forms of oppression, okay, as Tucker Carlson does, as Ben Shapiro does, you can get a lot of mileage out of that commentary. If cops are already brutalizing black people, as long as you say, hey, cops aren't brutalizing enough black people, it's actually quite normal for cops to brutalize black people, and they should do it more, that's very different than someone being like, hey, you should defend yourself against cops brutalizing black people, right? Do you understand? Because when you say, hey, you should defend yourself against brutalizing, hey, black people, you should defend yourself against cops, all of a sudden, boom, you're like a legitimate threat, a much larger threat, as a matter of fact, even if you don't actually get ahead, even if you don't actually get people to arm themselves and genuinely present a threat to law enforcement operatives. Propaganda obviously is not the end-all be-all, but right-wing propaganda in a reactionary state from basically the functional state apparatus, which is damn near the entirety of all of these private media companies, but especially so for Fox News because they are directly tied to the Republican Party. Like this was a news broadcast that was created with the express purpose of like manipulating the Republican Party and to have it do the corporate interests, the corporate bidding that they wanted it to do, and have it dominate in the American political ecosystem. And they were incredibly successful. So, you know, I don't know that the decision to fire Tucker Carlson came straight from Fox News's Fox Corporation chairman Rupert Murdoch. I don't know what that means. I don't know if they're like trying to save face. There's going to be two different things here to take a look at. One is going to be what the legitimate reasons are, like what the, and then two, what is the actual stated reason? And both are still very important. What is the stated reason? That means like this is what Fox News is trying to do PR around. Like they're making it seem as though they're like officially moving in a certain direction, right? That's what we need to find out. I understand his advertising revenue was down since 2019. Yeah, but like he was the most popular fucking broadcast. His advertising revenue was down because he was doing blood libel on a fucking nightly basis. But he also created a tremendous amount of cultural relevance for Fox News within the Republican base, because he had a deep understanding of what the Republican base was demanding, which is, of course, reactionary, white nationalist, agitated propaganda. And he did it with a suit and tie, and he did it very well. He was able to cut propaganda incredibly fucking well without, like, actually, you know, crossing the lines of, like, liberal sensibility. He never openly said that he is an open, out and about white supremacist, but he basically said everything other than that. You know what I mean? Yeah, the triple firings are pretty fucking crazy. You have the NBC Universal CEO, Jeff Shell, which we're going to be talking about, which was forced out after sexual harassment claims from CNBC reporter Hadley Gamble, which is another big story for today. And we still haven't gotten into the Don Lemon situation because we've been talking about Tucker Carlson a lot, because this is the most important one out of all of them, in my opinion, because Tucker Carlson is the most important propagandist, important white nationalist propagandist in this country. It's true. Very good at his job. And I'm shocked that they would let him go unceremoniously like this. I can't help but wonder what Rush Limbaugh would be saying right now. I'm burning. I hope. Tucker, haha, I'm lying. I am blatantly lying to these suckers and they're eating it up. I hope no one ever finds this text message log. Greenwald. Tucker was fired because he dared to speak heterodoxally to the powerful DSA. What did he lie about? I love that with the advent of Twitter Blue, some of the most unhinged, most annoying reply guys keep fucking popping up. It is actually truly mind-boggling how much worse this platform has gotten. It's literally like like this happened to me the other night when I was talking about how, like, someone was false claiming. Someone, like, false claimed me in content that, like, was mine, literally, and they had no ownership over it, and yet they still hit me with a fucking copyright. And Aiden Ross, and they were doing it on, like, an Aiden Ross video, and what blew my fucking mind was, like, there were so many dumbasses in the Aiden Ross fan base, dumber than I thought they actually were, that were literally like, oh man, this is fire, like, you deserve it. This is actually common Aiden W. Do you actually... It was the Andrew Tate debate. Yeah, it's literally me. I'm in the fucking video, dog. You can't fucking copy strike that. That's insane. And people literally were just like, nah, dude, Aiden's fucking... Look, Aiden's fucking, socials are on here. You stole his video. I'm like, bro, look at the video. Like, look at the video. You only saw this and that's it for you? Like, look at where I'm at in the fucking YouTube video, please. And, I mean, I guess it's not that surprising, but what's surprising is how much more they get, how much more leeway they get out of this. Washington Post wrote on it and speculated some of the reasons why Tucker was let go, including private messages found in Discovery. That could be a potential reason. Maybe they got very frustrated with his routine ripping of the executives. But even then, wait, what? Trump is live today at 9 p.m.? Oh, it caught Trump world by surprise? What the fuck? An intriguing move. Former President Donald J. Trump has decided on the venue for his first public comments about Tucker Carlson's ouster. Newsmax, one of Fox News' major rivals. Trump will appear on the channel at 9 p.m. for an interview with the Newsmax anchor Greg Kelly. That's crazy. I hope this makes people understand, though, like, how important this decision is. Because, like, you got literally the former president milking this. You got the former president running content around this. Like, think about how important that shit is, dude. Oh my God, Tucker VP announcement. It's over. Donald Trump would literally win if that was the case, by the way. I mean, they're really beefing up Newsmax, too. The announcement on Monday that Fox News is parting ways with its top-rated primetime host, Tucker Carlson, stunned people into Donald J. stunned people in Donald J. Trump's orbit. The former president himself was surprised by the news, according to a person with direct knowledge, and his eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., who was a close friend of Mr. Carlson's, described the network's decision as mind-blowing. I mean, it is mind-blowing. I think it changes things permanently, Donald Trump Jr. said on the Charlie Kirk show, adding that Mr. Carlson was once an actual thought leader in conservatism and a once-in-a-generation type talent. The casual news observer would be forgiven for thinking that Mr. Trump and his family no longer had a relationship with Mr. Carlson, given the recent disclosures of the Fox host's scathing private text messages. In the network's legal battle against Dominion voting systems. In early 2021, as Mr. Trump desperately tried to overturn the 2020 election, Mr. Carlson texted a confidant that he hated the president passionately. He also described Mr. Trump as a demonic force. When the texts were released in March, Mr. Trump was wounded and called Mr. Carlson to talk about them, according to a person familiar with the outreach. I do think he will be like gracious to Tucker Carlson because he recognizes his importance as like a propagandist for conservatism. But I do think he might not stop himself and basically hit that like, anyone that comes after Trump loses. You know what I mean? Don't come after Trump. You did it. Believe me, folks. You know, that kind of thing. I can see that. I can see that. On. It's up a little bit. There you go. Puppycam is still live right here. Last year, some of Mr. Trump's advisors worried that, hold on, I got to turn on something here real quick. Okay. Last year, some of Mr. Trump's advisors had worried that Mr. Carlson has seemed poised to support the potential presidential candidacy of Mr. Trump's top rival, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. Mr. Carlson had given Mr. DeSantis plenty of airtime and praised his policies. But over the past 6 weeks, as Trump and Carlson spoke more often, the Trump team felt increasingly confident that Mr. Carlson would not be weighing in for Mr. DeSantis, who has been heavily promoted by Rupert Murdoch's media properties, including Fox News. Yeah, they juiced him up, thinking that, you know, thinking that they could help out, thinking that they could use him as like a replacement for Trump that was more manageable by the Republican Party, and it didn't work out. It failed. It mostly failed because of shit like this, by the way, which, you know, got to talk about real quick. On. Because of stuff like this, Ron DeSantis in Japan, when asked about his falling poll numbers against Trump, said he isn't a candidate yet. Here, let's take a look at what he's saying. Why is he in Japan, by the way? Get the fuck out of there.
Governor, polls show you falling behind Trump. Any thoughts on that?
Guys, I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
Dude, look at his face. Like, bro, you got no riz, dog. What the fuck is this? It's like freakish. This just like behaving this way is like unironically freakish, dog. It's so weird.
Guys, I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
Like, fuck does that even mean? You know what I mean? What does that even... This is the only person that's been talking about how the audio has been delayed. Like, literally, you are the only person. There has not been a single other person in the chat that has said this, by the way. You are the only one since 113. I don't know where it's coming from, but you are quite literally one guy in this circumstance, okay? No, it's delayed for me too. It is, I just don't give a fuck. How bad is it? I don't know what it is. I don't think it's like that delayed. Just it might be desync. So If it's like a very small delay, then, you know, you just got to deal with it, unfortunately. Not much you can do about it. If it's a very big delay, well, then that's a little different. Not delayed if you don't watch the video. Perfectly fine here, audio frogs. The Trump team liked their odds even more when they learned that Mr. Carlson was disgusted with Mr. DeSantis' decision in a late March to call Vladimir Putin a war criminal. What the fuck? Why? Like, why is Tucker Carlson so fucking disgusted? Like you know my takes on the matter. I think like Vladimir Putin sucks, but I do think that America has a dog in the fight for not real like emancipatory reasons, but instead to sell weapons, right? They have all they want to extend the war for as long as possible. I would never fucking say that Vladimir Putin is not a war criminal, because he is. Most leaders are. Greg Gutfeld just made a joke about Tucker running for president in 2024, and Janine Pirot switched the topic quick. Oh,
You think that Susan Rice is going to take on Kamala Harris for the nomination?
I think there is a chance of that.
You said whataboutism? Wait, what do you mean? Bitch, I'm the one who's defending that, like, you should say that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Bro, Moldovan Mama Liga hears me even mention that Vladimir, he just says, he hears me say Vladimir Putin and immediately goes into like, whataboutism. Oh, you just said whataboutism. Change your name to Florida Mama Liga right now, or wherever the fuck you moved in America, okay? I just pulled up. Yeah, you always do. You always pull up. Oh, Vladimir Putin mentioned on the broadcast? Better pull up. I know why DeSantis was in Japan, if you care to know. Watched it on NHK this morning. What was it? What's the reason? I do care to know.
Watch it.
And then, so in 2024, it'll be Susan Rice versus Tucker Carlson.
Okay. Up next, Bill Maher ripping into liberals for failing to call out the crime crisis in Democrat cities.
You think that Susan Rice is going to take on...
You wanted to be among people his size? That's funny that you said that. It's probably to make it seem like he has bona fides in like foreign policy, but you can't really do that as a governor. So he's trying to do like a press run, basically, to be like, you see, I did actually do some foreign policy when I was in Japan, which like a former president like Donald Trump is 100% going to be like, yeah, shut the fuck up. I was the president, idiot. I have significantly more experience than you. You know, you have no experience in foreign policy. This is like how a lot of times congresspersons are dunked on when you oh my God, oh, I'm dying. Get the little puffer. Florida-Japan relationships are famously important. Yeah, exactly. I believe that Ron DeSantis is going to flop similar to Kamala Harris, oddly propped up by the establishment and media, but ultimately caves to the pressure of a real race. Yeah. I agree. Like Ron DeSantis has no say in the proposed hike for Japanese military expenditure, okay? The only reason why he's there is literally to fucking say like, oh, look at me, I'm doing foreign policy as a governor. That's it. Yeah, he's probably going to the Muscle Mommy bar. Anyway, a lot of people are saying Tucker Carlson is a giant, which he is true. Fox's share price fell almost 3% on Monday following host Tucker Carlson's departure, which makes sense. I mean, they lost their biggest talent, marking the network's worst day in a run of losses since it settled with Dominion. Last week, company share price fell below $30 per share on Monday, down roughly 4.5% since the start of the month. That compares to a modest gain for the broader S&P 500 index over the same period. Yeah, it's wild. But we know. I mean, we don't know what will happen to him. But, you know, after fucking leaving Fox News, these guys don't actually have like a blossoming media career. Look no further than Glenn Beck. You know, The Blaze is propped up by right-wing billionaires, but ultimately not great. Is always in a state of like dire circumstances financially. Unless they go to like unless they leave Fox News because they're too moderate and then they get a cushy liberal media job, you know, they're kind of cooked. Look at Bill O'Reilly, the one-time host for Fox News show The O'Reilly Factor, was fired in 2017 amid a sexual harassment scandal. Mr. O'Reilly now hosts No Spin News, a political opinion podcast that ranks number 71 in Apple's top podcast charts for news shows in the United States, according to Chartable. Like, that's awful. The site had a total 1.2 million visits last month, his site. Fox News' flagship news site had 329 million visits during the same period. He also used to have like 2 million viewers a night. You know what I mean? 2 million plus viewers a night. So it's just, you know, you definitely do fall off after that platform is removed from under you. So we'll see what happens. He could get a job at the Daily Wire, possibly. So we'll figure out what happens there. But Murdoch is said to be concerned over Carlson's coverage of the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol, which could be true. I mean, Murdoch is a bit of a fucking old, annoying lib. Here's what Charlie Kirk has to say. We got to do a little bit of hogwatch here to see what the conservative ecosystem has like been chirping about. I'm sure people are blaming like the woke left for his firing or some shit, even though it was Fox News that fired him. But let's hear what Charlie Kirk is saying.
Last piece of advice for young people: get married.
Yeah, get married and have a ton of kids. I mean, get married when you're too young, have more kids than you can afford, take a job you're not qualified for, live boldly, stop getting high, stop doing anything that blurs your vision or makes time go faster. You're going to die before you know it. Don't waste a second. That's the sin, is living thoughtlessly and wasting time. It's the one thing you can't get back. I've wasted a lot of money in my life. Oh my gosh. I don't care. I don't regret any of it. Every room service meal was worth it. It was fine. But any time that I wasted is really bitter for me.
Yeah, of course he wasted a lot of fucking money. He's been profoundly rich his whole goddamn life. Like, that's not for you, little one. You better chill out now. You better go back to sleep.
Because it's finite. And so live as fully as you can. And you can't control all this stuff that's going on. You can't control what Google does. And honestly, they're going to win. Like, the powers that be will win, at least in the short term. Ultimately, they'll all blow up. But like, we're powerless and hated. I think this of myself all the time. Are they going to crush me? Oh, yeah. Okay. But in the meantime, you know, I want to experience.
Why are you so liberal? I am not.
My life as fully as I possibly can. And I think that starts with having like a ton of kids, like way more than like Mormon levels of kids. I mean that.
This graph is telling. One of the more extraordinary graphics in the New York Times lengthy profiles of Tucker Carlson. He used to relish debating his guests. The conversation, though, grew strikingly one-sided. Out of the nearly 7,000 guest appearances, about 1,000 of them highlighted in yellow contradicted Mr. Carlson. Each dot represents an appearance. Gray dots are guests who largely agreed with Mr. Carlson. It's for sure just the video clips that you're showing that have a delay. Your camera has no delay. How big is the delay? Send me a clip. Here's Robert Kennedy Jr., anti-vaxxer, blaming Big Pharma, running for president, by the way. Fox fires Tucker Carlson 5 days after he crossed the red line by acknowledging the TV networks pushed a deadly and ineffective vaccine to please their pharma advertisers. Carlson's breathtakingly courageous April 19 monologue broke of TV's biggest rules. Oh, it's about 1.5 to 2 seconds. What did I fucking do last time? No, it isn't. It's like 0.25 seconds. Okay. Like 2 hours, but I'm on mobile. Yeah, okay. Anyway, the content he lambasted obsequious newscaster for promoting jabs. They need to be lethal and worthless. For many years, Tucker has had the nation's biggest audience, averaging 3.5 million, 10 times the size of CNN. Fox just demonstrated the terrifying power of Big Pharma. Yeah, I don't think that's the case, man. Tucker Carlson's been doing anti-vaccine propaganda that was significantly more effective than whatever he did on that coverage for, an entire goddamn year. So you're delusional if you think that that is the one time. Can you give talking points for the Cleopatra documentary? In the Greek hyper online community has created tons of right-leaning kids due to the blackwashing. What? I have no idea what that is, and I don't know what the fuck's going on. And also the concept of blackwashing sounds insane. Yeah, I just don't know what you mean by that. There's a Netflix documentary with Cleopatra being a black woman. What? What is this? There's a lot in this incredible freak in our series of Utah District Attorney ritual child sex abuse fake Native American Mormon Bishop weed dealing case. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on here? I saw this video flying around on Twitter and I haven't watched it yet, but I will. So anyway, I think we've talked enough about Tucker Carlson though. Here, wait, hold on. Here, I'll play this. Tucker Carlson's actually glad he got fired. This is fake, by the way.
Hello, this is Tucker Carlson. You may have heard that I was recently fired from Fox News. Now, I know the liberal media is probably having a full-on celebration, popping champagne, toasting to the end of my career. Exactly what you'd expect from the woke communist hypocrites that they are. The truth of the matter is this couldn't have happened at a better time. I'm glad I don't have to host a show every night because now I can focus on escaping the saw trap that I'm in. Yes, you heard me. The socialist serial killer Jigsaw, also known as John Kramer, knocked me out and attached me to a horrible contraption. Now I have to play his wicked mind games or else I'm totally fucked. And yes, I know you can't see the trap right now. That's because it's not one of the crazy elaborate ones from the later movies. Attached to my leg is a simple metal cuff. The cuff, as you'd imagine, is attached to a chain, which is attached to a wheel. I'm assuming that unless I can escape the cuff, the wheel will pull my leg like a winch and I'll be horribly mutilated. This is exactly the kind of two-tiered justice system we have come to expect in Biden's America. Looters and rioters are free to harass policemen and politicians over some imaginary crisis of the week, while humble conservatives like myself are attached to saw traps. Now I'm just counting down the time until a television monitor turns on and that puppet, which as we all know is a signifier of the oppressive gay community, explains the rules of the game. If we continue to let gay sociopaths run around kidnapping conservatives to put in saw traps, what's to stop them from coming after you or your children? Do you want your children put inside a rusty bear trap or have to dig a key out of their leg? No, of course not. That would be insane. And you're not insane. You're reasonable, unlike Joe Biden and his friend Jigsaw. Hang on, some kind of trap door just opened up. What the hell? They just tossed another guy in here. Don Lemon?
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, what's going on? This is real. This is very real Tucker Carlson commentary that's like real time. Oh, this guy said this was Tucker Carlson tonight's last moment, eating pizza with a hero delivery man who stopped the carjacker. I can't think of a better wave of the greatest cable news show in history.
Tonight, we interviewed a heroic pizza delivery man called Tyler Morrell, and ever conscious of the opportunity to use our job to get free food, we thought we'd like to taste your pizza. Tyler Morrell joins us in studio. He will deliver literally anywhere. Tyler, it is so great to meet you in person.
A couple Coco's pies.
So these are from Coco's, established 1978. Everybody loves Coco's pizza.
That's right.
Where's Coco's based?
Aston, Pennsylvania, and Delaware County.
Delaware County, best part of the state.
I think we have a special
cheese pies.
We have a special pie for you here. Here's Tucker's pie.
So I am, as you can likely tell, a pizza aficionado. I was a pizza delivery boy for 2 years.
Is it warm at all?
Yeah, it's totally warm. These warmers are just like one of the great wonders of science. This is sausage.
That's sausage
and pineapple. And really quick, as a pizza professional, do you look down on this order? Is this?
I do. I think that I consider a criminal.
I knew you did. I used to deliver pizzas and calzones. I considered immoral, but I delivered them anyway.
Out of his fucking mind, dog. Look at that. Look at that laughter. Just insanity.
Anyway, it's actually still hot. It's actually still hot. All the way from
It's
Philly.
so good. It's unbelievable. And you are a hero. How's your leg, by the way? Your leg was injured by the fleeing armed, the car thief.
It's got a bone bruise on it. Down here.
Oh, damn, I can see it.
Yeah, it's not too bad, though.
Were your family and friends impressed by what you did?
They were. They're actually here with me today.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go, once I've stuffed myself on your pineapple and sausage, and you're right, it is a disgusting order, but I have no shame. I'm going to go meet them. Oh, there they are! We just thought, what a great way to end a week.
Yeah.
Truly, that was a great segment, and I'm just grateful that you came on, and I'm especially grateful for the pie.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Employee of the week, we're just make it of the year, Tyler Morrell of Coco's Pizza. That's it for us for the week. We'll be back. By the way, the entire episode of Let Them Eat Bugs, not quite as good as pizza, streaming now on Fox Nation. Use the promo code ORIGINALS for 30 days free. And we'll be back on Monday. In the meantime, have the best weekend with the ones that you love, and we'll see you then.
Yeah, no. We will not be back on Monday, baby. No. Also, freak bitch eating sausage and pineapple. Here is the most important voice of a generation, cat turd. Fox News just pulled a Bud Light. This bitch has like 1.6 million followers and is getting perma boosted by Elon Musk, and yet he barely hits 27K likes. What the fuck is this? Like it's weak numbers, man. Oh, here's a thread. Shouts out Lil Bear of Hogs mauling over Tucker leaving. Submissions welcome. Fox Corporation, market value plummets after shock Tucker Carlson exit. Say goodbye to the First Amendment. Free speech is dead. Why? Because Tucker Carlson is what? In jail. They put him in the jigsaw trap. Tucker Carlson, what happened? You're no longer on Fox News. Is it due to the lawsuits of the network? Where are you going? I'm following you wherever you work. Totally disappointed and so upset. I'm following you to your home. DC Drano, powerful clip from Tucker's recent spot on the Full Send podcast. He says media is controlled by powerful people who run the world. It shouldn't be trusted, and he regrets being a part of the propaganda machine for many years. I remember him saying this and thought, no way, yet now it all makes sense. Yeah. Tucker, you outgrew Fox. Move on and bring us the truth, says Samantha Sterling. So many fucking like middle America wine moms, dude, that love Tucker. I couldn't wait to watch Tucker's show at 8 p.m. And if I couldn't be there by then, his show is on DVR. I'm done with Fox News. Going FT now to Newsmax. Because they have to investigate both Hunter and Jared Kushner's dealing with the Saudis. Hunter was a private citizen. Kushner worked for the White House. He received $2 billion from the Saudis, says Marvel Maven, who is a blue wave liberal. We all know you were too good for Fox, just like Judge Janine and Jesse. Sad to see your favorite evening news show go. We will miss tuning into Fox News. Deb Vader says, Tucker, I'll follow you wherever you go. Let us know and where that is, and you decide what you'll be doing. My husband and I watched you every night. Sounds to me like Glenn Greenwald has been a significant influence on Tucker's life. Wouldn't surprise me to see the two of them get together something before long. Tucker on a Fox News spaceship. Tucker burning Fox News with jet fuel as he is on a spaceship named after him. So I think that's enough for Tucker Carlson and the speculation surrounding him. We have more to talk about with respect to the firings in the media. We are, of course, referencing Don Lemon. Here is the Fox News coverage on it.
Cheering him on in his future endeavors. Don Lemon also speaking out, writing a statement. Here's part of that. I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. So clearly they see this differently. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have had the decency to tell me directly. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue to work. I have loved at the network. Kayleigh McEnany.
Yeah, it's quite something. You know, we just, I would just say we saw him take a break briefly for some comments he made, and then here we are.
Here we are. More Outnumbered in a moment.
Hey.
Wow. Incredible commentary. Thank you, guys. Incredible commentary. So, Don Lemon was slated to be let go for some time now. If you recall, I talked about this. I don't know if like Lil Bear can pull it up or some shit. I don't know. If you remember, when he said something about, what's the lady from South Carolina? The Republican woman that's running for Nikki Haley. Don Lemon a month ago basically said Nikki Haley and women in general are not in their prime for, you know, whatever age. Oh, here. Don Lemon regrets saying Nikki Haley is past her prime. On CNN this morning with co-host Poppy Harlow and Caitlin Collins, they were discussing Haley's suggestion a day earlier that politicians over the age of 75 should be subject to mental competency tests. President Joe Biden is 80, while another GOP presidential candidate, former President Donald Trump, is 76. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime, sorry, Lemon said, explaining why he was uncomfortable with the age discussion. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s, 30s, maybe her 40s. And Harlow popped off and said prime for what? Which is an insane thing for someone to say. Like, it's an insane thing for someone to say, but it's like perfect for Fox News, but very shocking coming out of CNN. Lemon said that if you look it up on Google, a woman is considered to be in her prime at those ages. Harlow tried to clarify what Lemon was referencing. I think we need to qualify. Are you talking about prime for childbearing, or are you talking about being prime for president? Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying what the facts are, Lemon replied. Google it, which was such a weird thing and such a weird way to like react to that message. Like, it was just a very odd thing that he did. And he went on a little break after that. So since then, there were, leaks here and there about Don Lemon. One of the more memorable ones was like when he was on Hot Mic, caught on Hot Mic shitting on Jon Stewart, realizing that he was caught on Hot Mic and then immediately backing down and being like, I meant like, we love Jon Stewart actually. And you can't really shit on Jon Stewart, honestly, like in liberal circles, like very publicly. Like
this whole talk about age makes me uncomfortable. I think it's the wrong road to go down. She says people, politicians or something are not in their prime. Nikki Haley isn't in her prime. Sorry. When a woman is considered to be in her prime in her 20s and 30s and maybe 40s.
Yeah, he said it out loud on TV. That was CNN host Don Lemon saying Nikki Haley, who recently announced a run for president, is past her prime, particularly in response to her saying that politicians over the age of 75 should have competency tests. Joining us to discuss news back.
I do love this, though. Like when Fox News is like, yeah, he said that. It's like, bro, what do you think your audience thinks about this? You're literally at Newsmax. Like, do you think your audience fucking thinks that that's like unacceptable to say? Or do you think that they believe that and love that as a matter of fact? Don Lemon
Like,
shitting
to
on
me,
Jon Stewart. Oh, here it
that's
is.
Corruption. Like, to
And this
me-
is when Jon Stewart was actually doing a pretty decent job, absolutely eviscerating the State Department spending. Or Defense Department spending.
corruption. I'm sorry.
He gets a lot of leeway with the comedian thing, though.
This was hot, Mike.
So Stewart questioned why some veterans are facing food insecurity despite the Defense Department's massive budget.
So there was a couple moments like that. Not super big, but I'm not shocked. I think the Nikki Haley thing was like a major blip on the radar. Now, according to the New York Times, this interview that Don Lemon conducted last week with Vivek Ramaswamy played a role in his firing. Note co-host Poppy Harlow sitting silently while Lemon goes after Vivek. So they are probably going, like, it's weird that CNN is going after Don Lemon for this, which seems was actually valid and worthy criticism. I'm going to go pee real quick, so I'm going to run this while I do that. This clip of Fox News, or not Fox News, sorry, Fox News on steroids, Newsmax freaking the fuck out over Don Lemon saying the things that he said about Nikki Haley.
Vax contributor Caroline Levitt and deputy managing editor of Red State, Kira Davis. Kira is shaking her head. Old Nikki Haley, 51 years old, past her prime. Don Lemon might be past his prime or his morning show at this point. Your thoughts, Kira?
I cannot even, y'all.
I am with you. My jaw was on the floor.
I know. Is this man serious? Nikki Haley is past her prime. By the way, we have a man in the White House who can't even work his way off stage. He is so old. But Don Lemon, this is very typical of Don Lemon. He is completely narcissistic. He doesn't think ahead. I don't think he thinks much at all. I think he thinks of himself more as an entertainer than a real newsman. And I don't find him entertaining at all. But he deserves to be lambasted for this comment. How gross, disgusting, and misogynistic. He is everything that he accuses the right of being. And frankly, I think a comment like that should cost him his job.
I had to fix that real quick. Anyway, there she is. The most charismatic member of the Piker family, Kaya Piker. What? So is the right anti-cancel culture, selective cancel culture? The right loves cancel culture. Anyway, here is what the New York Times claims is like part of the reason why he was fired, which is insane.
With due respect, I find your explanation reductive and actually insulting, including to black Americans, to say that black people today, compared to 1964, 1865, haven't made progress in part because of the freedoms we secured. And the Second Amendment was
Black
part
people,
of what
hang
secured
on,
that
please.
freedom.
I cannot keep a thought if you guys are talking to me in my ear. So hang on one second. So to say that black people, say what you said again.
Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. only after their Second Amendment rights were secured.
They
That's
were
a
not
fact.
secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not, you are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to
And you know
happen
how they
after the
got
Civil
it?
War
They got their
and
Second Amendment
Reconstruction.
rights, and they actually got the NRA played a big role in that. But today, down the
The NRA did not play a big role
absolutely,
in
they
that.
trained
That
black Americans
is
how
a
to use
lie.
firearms.
He's
That's
right.
a lie.
Oh,
That's not-
shit.
The NRA did not.
Don Lemon is incorrect. Damn. I mean, you would think that. No. Historically, Don is incorrect. The NRA was literally created by a New York Times journalist specifically to teach liberals in the North, how to better arm themselves against a potential, Confederate movement, another reemergence of the Confederate movement. That is actually true. For those of you who don't know, I've covered the history of the NRA extensively time and time again. I've talked about this before. Yeah, so that part is actually correct. Now, having said that, the NRA certainly did not defend the Panthers, the Black Panthers. The NRA certainly was very different. Not that long ago, really. I mean, 30 years ago, the NRA itself was just like a hunting club. It was never this behemoth that was trying to actively sell you as many weapons as possible. So that part is technically correct. Don Lemon is wrong on that, but his pushback is also entirely correct, though, because the NRA, saying that the NRA historically has been a defender of black armed emancipation is idiotic. I mean, look no further than the Mulford Act, right? I mean, in the red state at the time of California with Ronald Reagan as its governor, they quite literally were cutting policy to disarm black people and stop them, and successfully so, stop them from, what do you call it? The NRA was not formed to defend African Americans against the KKK. The NRA was not formed to help. It's not to help black people defend themselves against the Klan, but it was to get effete liberals in the North to learn how to use weapons. Is 100% true. President Biden this month signed passage of the Act creative extension of controversy. NRA was formed to help black people defend themselves against the Democrats' KKK. KKK was created by Confederate veterans, not the Democratic Party. That's true. KKK was a guerrilla terrorist organization. The NRA was formed in New York City. That's true, by a group of former Union Army officers and veterans, including a New York Times writer, by the way, which is weird that they didn't put that in there. They formed the NRA in order to improve marksmanship skills among the New York National Guard in anticipation of future wars. Yeah. Don Lemon was right. Lemon, what do you mean? Guys, this is historically accurate, and this is exactly what I said. It has nothing to do with the fucking KKK. It has everything to do with recognizing that a lot of people in the North did not have its own, they did not have enough adequate gun training, which is precisely the reason why the NRA was created originally, was to get, this part is completely false. Yes, they never helped or armed freed slaves, but they did actually 100% create the NRA in the North. The NRA was created in the North to train a lot of people in gun ownership and to become better marksmen. That is true, which they are also correctly pointing out in this fact-checking article. It was not created to abolish the KKK or anything like that. It wasn't made to defend black people, which is what Don said. No, it was made to defend against potential reemergence of the Confederacy. The Black Panthers also armed the black community. That part is true, yes. And the NRA did cut legislation against them. So that sentiment is historically inaccurate regardless, saying that the NRA has like always been pro-arming black people. The NRA actually used to cut anti-black propaganda, anti-black gun ownership propaganda regularly until Philando Castile's execution in the hands of the state. That was when they decided to hire the likes of Kalayan Noor and numerous other people and realize that that's another market share that they could play a role in, like that black people also buy guns. What is this girl doing? But yeah, there is like some truth to what he was saying. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, but Don Lemon is correct in correcting this fucking demon over here. Who is just spitting a bunch of weird right-wing propaganda.
And that thing's turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to
And you know
happen
how they got it? They got their
and
Second Amendment rights, and they actually got, the NRA played a big role in that. But today, down the fine...
The NRA did not play a big role in
absolutely,
that.
they trained black Americans how to use firearms.
Yeah, the NRA did not play a big role.
The NRA did not play a big role in
This is just historical fact. But down the part that I
just
find...
because you say it's historical fact.
The part that I find insulting is when you say today black Americans don't have those rights after we have gone through civil rights revolution in this country.
You are sitting here telling an African American about the rights and what you find insulting about the way I live, the skin I live in every day.
Here's where you and I have a different
freedoms
point
that
of view.
black and white that black people don't have in this country, and that black people do have.
Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate
I'm not saying you
without me regarding you as a
but I think
black
it's
man,
insulting that
but
you're
me regarding
sitting
you
here,
as a fellow citizen.
That you're
That's what I
sitting
think we should
here,
say.
whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me
whatever ethnicity
about
I'm, I'll
what
tell
it's like to be black in
Whatever
America.
ethnicity I'm, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white, doesn't matter.
I think we should have this
on
debate.
the content of the
If you're
ideas.
going to do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a fair way. And what you're doing is not an honest and fair way. Okay? But we appreciate you coming on.
With
Thank
due
you for
respect.
He said, whatever you are, which is pretty funny. Yeah, New York Times saying that this is the reason why it happened, with like her co-host like being uncomfortable in that situation. Like, fuck her. The irony is that like Don Lemon being legitimately upset at historical inaccuracies about like black emancipation, black liberation movements, or like the NRA's role in this process, when like when this right-wing NRA-backed candidate is like trying to fucking tell him, a black man, what it's like, is ridiculous.
Conversation.
We'll
Thank
continue
you.
the conversation.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you, Pop.
We'll talk about China.
Yes, let's talk about China.
Time.
Yeah, let's find common ground. Let's talk about China, please. Let's find some fucking common ground and talk about how China is bad. Please. Unrelated, but watch Jubilee ask an insanely unhinged question like, do criminals deserve rights? And the guy calls them out on their bullshit. Yeah, we'll do that in a little bit. What breed is your dog and what's its name? Her name is Kaya. I do not know what breed she is yet. She's like part Tibetan Mastiff, though. You can find what the Indian guy said offensive without pretending he's basically white. Yeah, but his comment about him being whatever you are is kind of racist. Yeah, no, 100%. That is for sure. It's anti-Asian sentiment. This is why I fucking despise liberals, though, who will go and be like, dude, that is the most offensive thing. Bitch, if you think that is the most offensive thing in that conversation, did you not hear the Indian American dude fucking literally be like doing white supremacist agitprop to the face of a black person? Yay, good job. Yay. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, oh, she already knows. Yay, good job. He could have utilized the way better, he could have utilized something better there, be like, good girl, yeah. Oh my God, she's a doctor. This dog is literally a dogter, dude. She's got a doctorate in peeing in the right place. It's fucking mind-boggling how brilliant she is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Does your room smell like piss, shit, and cum? Ew, why would it smell like cum, you fucking weirdo? Take a week off. Yikes, dude. Oh my God. Don't fucking come at me with some like weird nonsense, dude. And no, it doesn't even smell like piss because she's pissing on a pad that like immediately eradicates the odor. It doesn't smell like anything. I saw him comment that shit earlier too. He's been spamming it. Anyway, oh, the weird commenter just now. Yeah, but where the fuck were we? Yeah, it's ridiculous that they would fire him over this.
You come back?
Oh, thank you. Much to say on declaring independence from China.
Okay,
Something you
can
can
we move
add
on now, please?
Thank you.
How about you declare independence from the top of the hour ad break, okay? Which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. We need to hear more from Don Lemon's exit from CNN, from Fox News, from all these other outlets. This is bullshit that there isn't more commentary on the matter. Let's take a look at, let's see if I can find some other shit here. But meanwhile, you should find a way to avoid the top of the hour ad break. 53123, the means. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You too can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. If you are lucky, here is the dog. Sorry for the brief moment where you could not see her. Apologies for that. When is Uncle Austin coming? Uncle Austin is going to be coming to drop shit on the floor soon. Here's what's going on. Let's get back to Don Lemon. More on the Don Lemon exit, which Lemon is calling a termination. Some guests were reluctant to appear on air with Lemon per CNN bookers. Network research found that the audience sentiment on Lemon had dipped following his Nikki Haley controversy. Wow. So it was the Nikki Haley shit. I fucking knew it, dude. I knew that he was on borrowed time when he told a fucking liberal panel that like, a liberal panel that like, you're an old woman and therefore you lost your prime. Anyway, by the way, here is Brennan Murphy making a joke about CNN platforming this guy. This is the guy that Don Lemon was fucking duking it out with. Let's take a look. Here he is at the NRA conference.
You want to stop Xi Jinping from invading Taiwan? Put a gun in every Taiwanese household. Have them defend themselves. Let's see what Xi Jinping does then. That is what it means to be an actual American. Train them how to use guns, just like we did to black people. You want to stop Xi?
This guy's awesome. I mean, what a fucking freak, dude. Uh-oh. It's poopy time, I think, maybe. Is it? Yay, good job. Yay. She already knows. She's like, yo, I pissed again. What's up? Oh, come here. Kaya is piss maxing at this point. I'm sorry. There's no fucking shot she's not piss maxing. Okay, get up. Here. No, get away from there. Come here. Come here. Girl. Is she laying in her own piss? Sometimes. She's being trained to lay in pee. Okay, wait, did I run the fucking top of the hour ad break after saying I was gonna run it? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Where were we? Where were we? Let's continue. Okay. This was from CNN. Oh yeah, I did have this tweet lined up. Somewhere Don Lemon's statement about this morning's events is inaccurate. He was offered an opportunity to meet with management, but instead released a statement to Twitter. Oh, trying to escape again. God damn it. Oh, God. Like, come on. Let me out of this cage. Coming out of my cage, and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be. How did you train her to pee on the mat in only 2 days, Lamont? Because I'm Caesar Milan, bitch. That's why. That's how I did it. Anyway, let's continue. I need to hear more fucking CNN coverage on this. Or more. This is actually good, and it's just plain good TV, too, and it's extremely telling on the direction CNN is continuing to head. Yeah, I just don't get why this would be the reason that they fucking cooked them. Like, I don't understand. It's got to be the Nikki Haley shit, but it's like weird because they also are personally. It's got to be the Nikki Haley shit, which is like kind of right wing for him to say like women are no longer in their prime after the age of 50. Don't pee on that pad. You fucking better not. Yeah, you pee on that pad, actually. Good pad to pee on. Oh. You're not going to move it. You're not going to move it. It's not going to happen. You can move it in the other direction, but it's not going to do anything. Oh, my God. She's just... trying to do a prison break. The mass incarceration of the radical Kayas. Yeah, she pushes around a little bit. She gets tired. I don't want to pet her right now because she's whining. I will afterwards, though. When she chills out, I will pet her after. She's directly under my butt, by the way. Like, you can't tell, but like I can push her. I can push her with my seat on accident. Come on, dude, she's crying. Yeah, I am a good dog dad and not a bad dog dad. I will not be rewarding her crying right now. I will not be rewarding her crying when she... You cannot reinforce emotions. You can pet her. I'm a dog behaviorist. You are fine. What the fuck is a dog behaviorist? Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking reward her crying with cuddles because then she's going to cry all the time. I don't want her to be whiny. What the fuck is a dog behaviorist, dog? I don't even understand. Yeah, Don Lemon denies misogyny accusations. Anyway, it's weird that CNN is trying to do like a right-wing play here, but also simultaneously saying that like Don Lemon was in the wrong for the misogyny thing because that's like, I guess that's not the type of right-wing shit that they want. So it's a little different. Anyway. It's behavioral psychology. Even that is like, isn't that already like weird for humans even? Let alone fucking dogs. Like, what the fuck do you mean? See, she chilled out, which is great. And I will reward her in a second for chilling out. Okay.
Breaking news.
Let me see if I can find more. There's got to be more to this, dude. Oh, here. CNN talked about it.
Major shakeups today at three media giants. NBC's Universal CEO has stepped down. Tucker Carlson, a popular right-wing media host, is out at Fox News. And CNN anchor Don Lemon is out after 17 years. CNN's Oliver Darcy joins us now. Oliver, let's start with Fox. Do we know why they decided to take Carlson off the network's highly rated show?
A shocking development over at Fox. Tucker Carlson was the highest rated single host over at that network. He's been hosting the 8 p.m. show for several years, and a sudden announcement today from Fox, I'll read you part of it, announcing his departure. It was very short. It just says, Fox News Media and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. We thank him for his service to the network as a host and prior to that as a contributor. And it goes on to say that Carlson's last program already aired. It aired on Friday, even though Carlson on Friday said that he looked forward to greeting viewers back on Monday. Now, of course, we should point out that Tucker Carlson was one of the most extreme hosts over on that channel, and he sowed a lot of distrust in the legitimacy of the 2020 election. And of course, this announcement is coming just days after Fox News settled that Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit for a staggering amount of money, the highest ever defamation settlement in the history of U.S. media that's known. And so it's hard to disconnect those two events, but the network and Carlson are not connecting them themselves. And I should also note that we
starting to switch tactics here. You need to pet reward her right after she does the desired behavior, or she won't connect the reward to the behavior and won't know why she's being rewarded. Thanks, man. I had no idea how to fucking raise a dog. I've never raised one before. Thank you. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I feel like I feel like the parasocial the parasocial backseat, like dog dads, literally will be causing me to not have Kaya on the stream all the time. Right now, she's too young to go unsupervised in larger areas. And she's too like stuck with me in the sense that she constantly wants to like either be on run around and smell everything mode, or I want daddy's love mode. So, you know, I gotta figure out have a wild dog owners don't properly train the dogs. They're always the loudest owners as well. Sorry, bro. We're annoying. I know. Oh, she's fucking yelping. Okay. Hold on.
We've reached out to Carlson several times today, and he has not responded to comment requests.
Well, there was also a big development today at our own network, CNN parting ways with anchor Don Lemon.
Another stunning announcement. This comes earlier today. This came actually in an email to CNN staffers from CEO Chris Licht over at CNN. I'll read you what he said in his email. He said, CNN and Don have parted ways. Don will forever be a part of the CNN family, and we thank him for his contributions over the past 17 years. And it goes on. But Don Lemon came out and he was more explicit. He said that the network had fired him, and then he really lashed out and said that he was hoping that someone in management would have had the decency to tell him directly about this firing. And CNN PR then put out a statement separately saying that what Don Lemon had said was not accurate, and that Don Lemon did have the opportunity to meet with management. So there's a back and forth playing out over there at CNN in public as well.
All right, let's talk about NBC Universal. Big news out of there too.
Big news over at NBC.
Bro said over there at CNN like he's not currently on CNN. Like, fuck you mean over there at CNN?
Where the head of that company has stepped down and made a sexual harassment allegation. It's coming from CNBC anchor or correspondent Hadley Gamble. Her lawyer has put out a statement saying that after they filed a complaint, this led to an investigation, a third-party investigation at NBCU, and this ultimately led to Comcast, NBCU's parent company, deciding to remove Shell.
Good girl.
And Shell
See,
acknowledged the inappropriate relationship in a statement of his own on Sunday. So shockwaves rolling through the media industry today, Pam.
Yeah, big day for you covering all these developments. Oliver Darcy, thank you.
Yeah, over there at CNN. What the fuck? Cenk, why did Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon get fired? 52,000 views for 6 minutes. What is he doing?
All right, guys. Obviously, giant news. Tucker Carlson fired. Don Lemon fired. I'd say at MSNBC, somebody better watch themselves. But actually, the head of NBC News was fired just a couple of days ago. So apparently it comes in threes. Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson, very, very different situations. It looks like Tucker Carlson was trying to get fired. Don Lemon was definitely trying not to get fired. They both got fired anyway, and there's a giant difference between them. I'm going to explain that in 1 second. But remember, guys, we do a live show every day at 6 o'clock Eastern, 6 to 8 for the Young Turks. And Anna and I will have a lot more details on how they got fired, why they got fired during the live show. Make sure you're checking that out right here, either on youtube.com/theyoungturks or on our website at tyt.com/live. Okay, so Don Lemon is getting scapegoated. That doesn't mean that Don Lemon's a great guy or a wonderful news anchor. It doesn't speak to any of his views, et cetera, et cetera. And I've had some issues with Don Lemon before, but he's really a symptom. He's not a driver of anything. And what's happening to him is basically, if you watch Succession, they're burying him on purpose. They leak the crap out of stuff to make him look bad. They need a scapegoat. Why do they need a scapegoat? Because their centrist BS turn, where they just do vanilla programming from the 1990s, isn't working at all. Their ratings are tanking everywhere. But this is when executives need to be able to point to someone and go, it's definitely not us. It's one of the anchors. It's unacceptable. It's definitely Don Lemon's fault. And they make it seem like it's all Don Lemon. Absurd. Absurd. That doesn't mean that Don Lemon was some amazing anchor. Don Lemon was hired for general vanilla stuff in the first place. But that's all on management, not on Lemon. Now, on Tucker, it's the complete opposite. He's patient zero at Fox News. He's the one that does the most lies, the most conspiracy theories, etc. And the one behind the scenes cost Fox News a ton of money in that Dominion lawsuit by saying, well, this is obvious BS, or the people we're showing on air are nuts and insane, but he does it anyway. And then he goes and doubles down with Donald Trump and does an interview where they spread more election lies, especially as the Smartmatic case is coming up. Don't forget, Dominion was not the end. Smartmatic is now going to sue them for $2.7 billion, more than Dominion even sued them. Some are speculating that Tucker Carlson getting fired was part of the Dominion settlement. That would be kind of amazing. I would be very surprised by that. But Tucker's been going more and more populist to try to goad Fox News into firing him. Why? Well, my speculation has been throughout, and Young Turks viewers know this from now years ago, is that I think Tucker Carlson was pushing Fox News to get fired so he could run as a populist candidate for president. Danger Dave, thank you for the super chat. I'll answer your question in a second. And I shout out members on the live ones too, and I shout out super chat questions. So real quick, 2024 is not over, guys. There's a lot of people that can still get in the race. This comes quickly enough for Tucker Carlson that he might even make a run here. And the whole idea behind this is Fox News wouldn't let me say the truth. Oh, that's catnip. That's populist catnip for the right wing. So him being the leading conspiracy theorist, the leading guy who's driving the crazies, the patient zero at Fox News, that puts him in perfect political position, unfortunately, okay? So Danger Dave asked in Super Chat, is Sean Hannity next? Okay, no, Sean Hannity's a team player. He will do whatever corporate douchebaggery that Fox News wants. He's not like Tucker Carlson pushing populism. And if Murdoch says go support DeSantis, Hannity will be a team player and support DeSantis no matter how much he loved and supported Donald Trump before, whereas Tucker Carlson was uncontrollable. And that is one of the main reasons that I think he was let go now, okay? And so if Hannity gets fired next, then I'm wrong. It's all part of the Dominion and Smartmatic lawsuits, and they're getting rid of all the people who lied on air. So that'll be, you know how I give you guys predictions ahead of time to see if we're right or wrong? So you can see there that if Hannity gets fired,
What? Who's this guy? Do you know him? No, I don't know who he is. He's some random guy, I think. Who knows? Where's Jake filming this? In his own backyard. Enough. I need to do a better job with the perimeter of this. With the perimeter of this cage. She just wants to be let out. I took her outside. She ran for a little bit with me. She peed, which was very good. And then I made her run around a little bit behind me. And then she immediately ran inside again. And I think like she just wants to. Her whines are getting bigger now. She's like starting to whine it up like she was before. Until she gets bored and tired and then lays down. Anyway. Right up on me. You can be right up on me if you want. Is that what you want? You want to be right up here? She wants to explore the house. Yes, guys, a little puppy that is 7 weeks old wants to explore the house. Of course. Except if I left her to her own devices, she would literally fucking go up the stairs and then fall down the stairs and die, okay? So clearly, because she's a puppy, she wants to do a lot of things, but I can't let her do a lot of things, not even because I'm streaming, but instead because, like, I would not let her do those things anyway, okay? I know that chat thinks that they know better, but you know, you don't. Oh my god. She's so big, dude. It's fucking nuts. Anyway, let's continue. Hey, enough. No. Oh my god, she's gonna be such a whiner. Anyway, let's continue.
Now to the debate over abortion rights in this country after the Supreme Court chose to keep a commonly used abortion pill available for now. This case has exposed another political rift between Republicans like Donald Trump and Mike Pence on an issue that has long divided this country. Jan Crawford has more.
The Supreme Court's ruling leaves the abortion pill mifepristone available without restrictions.
We say pro-choice!
The political fight over abortion as a campaign issue is intensifying.
I'd like to see this medication off the market.
Former Vice President Mike Pence, who is weighing a presidential run in 2024, told CBS News' Robert Costa that access to abortion shouldn't just be left up to the states. He is pushing for action at the federal level and says Congress should pass a nationwide ban on abortion after the 15th week of a pregnancy. More than 90% of abortions occur before 13 weeks.
This isn't a states-only decision. I think the American people would welcome a minimum national standard.
But that puts him at odds with former President Donald Trump, who says Congress should stay out of it. Other Republicans say the GOP should be careful with its messaging ahead of the 2024 campaign season.
We're going to lose huge if we continue down this path of extremities.
The brief unsigned order from the Supreme Court Friday night is the most significant action involving abortion rights since the justices overturned Roe v. Wade less than a year ago. But the issue is likely to be back before the Supreme Court next year after the lower courts weigh in on the merits and whether the FDA followed the right steps when it approved mifepristone 23 years ago and made it easier for women to get it in 2016. Friday's emergency action, with just 2 of the 9 justices dissenting, suggests the court is unlikely to block access to the drug the next time around. There are significant questions about whether the challengers even have standing to bring the case.
Now, Justice Sam Alito wrote a dissent saying he didn't think the court needed to even issue this emergency stay because the pill still would be available. But that doesn't really tell us anything about how he will see the merits of this case. I would not be surprised if he joins with a majority to say this case never should have been brought in the first place. Gail?
All right, Jan, thank you very much.
I'm not a candidate, so we'll see if and when that changes.
No, you can't have this. I'm trying to have my food. Okay, she stopped crying, so I brought her up.
And I know many Floridians, and certainly my wife and I, we have great regard for the Japanese people, Japanese culture, and really appreciate
why
what a
is
great
this
ally
fucking
Japan
dude
has been
in
to the
Japan,
United States over many, many decades. And so we're excited to be here to be able to explore more relations.
Why is the governor of Florida in Japan? Somebody, by the way, I don't even know what this other person said because someone, oh my God, bro, this dog, oh my God. She almost knocked over my Salade with her fucking big ass face and big ass nose. How about you chill out for like 3.5 seconds, please? Okay. How about you chill out for 3.5 seconds? I'm going to play with you in a little bit in the crate. Okay, we're going to do puppy playtime in a little bit. Okay. Okay. Been too hot. And I just gave her water like when I brought her outside. So I don't know what the hell is going on here because Pundit said that they have no grasp on international policy. He should have literally gone to an Olive Garden. I agree. I know that that's the reason why he's doing it. How dare you call her that? You need to apologize, give her pets and kisses on the forehead and hold the camera up to her face and smuggle her. Yeah, I am doing all the snuggling. The problem is like it's a little hot in here and I don't want her to get too I don't want her to overheat. Trump said DeSantis needs an urgent personality transplant. Nobody does it quite like he does. Yeah, I mean, it's true. What's up? Are you happy with all the... Okay. This dog is such a mountain dog, bro. She climbs everything, okay? She's trying to climb me up. Like a Mount Kilimanjaro. Oh. What? She only recently started licking too. This is like big. Oh. What are you climbing? What are you climbing? Let her speak. I can't.
Relations with Florida.
Gotta hear Don Lemon instead. I mean, Ron DeSanctimonious instead.
Tell me a little bit.
AOC on Ron DeSantis is holding Republicans accountable in our own political future. Here's a puff piece from MSNBC with literally fucking former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki talking to AOC.
More about this project and why it was so important to you to fund.
Absolutely. Well, I really think that this represents our climate policy at work, which is our whole approach to climate policy is that you don't have to trade off jobs, the environment, and really good, just outcomes for communities. So what we're doing here is that we have acquired federal funds to construct a training facility so people can learn the skills necessary to build the underwater pylons that offshore wind turbines go on top of. These are really good, high-paying, very often union jobs, and we're doing it at a public college, SUNY Maritime, in the Bronx, so that the communities that have been most impacted by the front lines and injustices of the climate crisis can now get the jobs in solving them. And so we're really excited about this. This is going to create so many jobs for folks in our community at high dignified pay.
And when this project is all done, still a little work to go, what is it going to be doing exactly?
It's going to be, some of these facilities, for example, are like deep pools, and people will be putting on scuba equipment in order to figure out how you construct pylons underwater. And as they develop those skills, they'll be able to partner with apprenticeships and union programs so that when the funding comes in through whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act or other types of federal funding to construct offshore wind turbines, these folks are going to be the first in line to get those jobs.
You're still a part of a new generation of leaders in Congress. You've been there now for a couple of years. Who gives you hope in the Democratic Party as you look around at fellow members or other leaders around the country?
I am so excited and energized by the evolution of grassroots and community organizations and the extent of their involvement. Historically in Washington, it's been a lot of very established institutions and advocacy organizations that have had a seat at the table. But now we're seeing this explosion in grassroots organizing that is starting to cross the threshold into real influence in policy making. And that to me is beyond inspiring.
Is there an organization or a new colleague or someone people should know about that you're excited about?
Yeah, I mean, I think groups like Sunrise and many others are so exciting. In terms of my colleagues, this new freshman class is phenomenal. I have the honor of being the vice-ranking chair under Jimmy Raskin for the Oversight Committee, and we just have amazing freshmen in our class, from Becca Ballant, who's the first woman to be elected in the state of Vermont, Maxwell Frost, the first Gen Z member of Congress. We have folks like Greg Casar and Summer Lee that really represent communities that are from, like, you know, steel production in Pittsburgh and all of these amazing communities, but they're bringing a vibrancy and showing that the kind of representation that we didn't even think was possible in some places actually is. And so that to me is really inspiring.
So you're in the minority in Congress for the first time since you were elected. It seems like you're kind of having fun being a bit of an agitator. Are you enjoying that role?
I think holding those in power accountable is a fundamental part of our role, and it's a part of a role that I draw on from my history in advocacy and organizing and activism. But it's also one where we can propose solutions while we're
I'm in total new dad mode, where I'm like, on the one hand, giving her a chew toy because she's like teething like a motherfucker. Okay. I'm giving her a chew toy. That's what no. Every time she's like chewing, she tries to chew on something, I had to give her a chew toy. While also simultaneously trying to eat my fucking food at the same time. Fur is gonna get into your food. I don't give a shit, dude. Here, look at this. One hand, left hand on the fucking chew toy, so that she can, like, you know, so that it can stimulate her. Right hand on the salad. She got the zoomies for sure. She's like snapping at me too. She's like a snapping turtle.
Holding people accountable for the decisions that they're making, and so yeah, I think it's been an important role for us to play.
So you're also a pretty politically astute observer. There is a presidential race that's happening right now. Donald Trump, people think, some say, is the easiest person for Joe Biden to run against. What do you think about that?
Well,
the easiest potential Republican nominee, I should say.
I think there's something to be said about that. The dynamics of these races change from day to day. I think that Governor DeSantis has made some very large critical errors, and I think he's weaker than...
What are his biggest errors, do you think, as you've watched?
Well, you can't out-Trump Trump, right? And that's what he's really been trying to do. His attacks on teachers, on schools, on LGBT Americans, I think go way too far in the state of Florida. And I think that they are a profound political miscalculation and an overcompensation. He may be trying to win a base, but that base belongs to Donald Trump. And he has sacrificed, I think, the one thing that others may have thought would make him competitive, which is this idea that he would somehow be more rational than Donald Trump, which he isn't.
Now, you're very familiar with surprising people and winning a primary. Is there anyone in the Republican field, you would disagree with them completely on policy issues, but that you think maybe they have something, or maybe they could take on Trump? It is early in the process.
You know, I think in the House, I see the dynamics and the political dynamics in the House very often mirror some of the political dynamics happening out in the country. And I think right now the Republican Party is so disorganized that I really don't see someone that can unite that party.
Is it really that bad? I don't know what the fuck is wrong. I don't know. Can someone clip it and send it to me? I want to see. Oh, you're talking about the wind, not the delay. Okay. I mean, I put her down for a moment and she immediately starts fucking crying. God damn it. Come on. My love, you're killing me a little bit here. Come on, you got to be a little bit better. Oh, there is no delay. No. Every time. No, that's not what I asked for. Why the fuck would you link that? I'm gonna change this video. The video kind of sucks, yeah. Anyway, Twitter reverses course on verified blue check marks.
In today's Tech Bites, Twitter's U-turn on those blue check marks. They were done away with last week. Users were told to get their verified check mark back. They needed to pay $8 a month. Not many did, but recently the check marks were reinstated on many celebrity accounts, including for some who have passed away. Apple is said to be planning a journaling app for iPhones, according to the Wall Street Journal. The feature would allow users to log their daily thoughts and activities as well as their feelings. Apple's offering would compete with other journaling apps such as Day One. WhatsApp is now letting you save disappearing messages, but the sender gets the final say. A new option called Keep the Chat allows users to stop a message from vanishing by long pressing on it. However, the person who sent the message will be notified and have the power to decide if it stays or goes away. Good feature for people who share too many memes on WhatsApp. Time to give it a rest.
He moved on from that so fucking fast, my head spun. These videos suck. Yeah, whatever. Listen. We already covered this shit extensively. We already covered the Don Lemon exit extensively. There's the CNBC anchor Hadley Gamble, but there's not too much to talk about that. That seems like a pretty open and shut situation for NBC Universal. I got a blue check mark as well, which was shocking and confusing for me. Didn't understand what the fuck the reason for that was, but then I realized, like, oh no, he's doing it because he wants to, like, re-up the value of the blue check mark, because originally the value of the blue check mark was around the fact that people have blue check marks. So, are you okay? She accidentally pushed it too much. China fully tested the DF-27 hypersonic missile according to military leaks from the USA documents. Yeah, I don't care. Great. Wait, you pronounce Don Lemon like that as a joke, right? Yeah, it is a consistent bit that has become reality pretty much. I don't know how else to describe it. Anyway. It was originally a bit and now it's like stuck. It's like perma-stuck. I forgot the other thing that I was talking about. But here's Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Before we get to John Oliver, I want to talk about Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
America presents Real Women of Politics.
Real women of politics.
Today, we salute all the real woman leaders of this great country.
Real women don't have to fake it.
Real women doing real things.
Real women work too hard for this.
Some big companies can't tell the difference between real and fake anymore.
Real people know the difference.
That's why we're introducing the Real Women of Politics koozie.
Real women of politics.
Now, you can salute the real women of politics at every backyard barbecue and tailgate. And
bro, that Kay Ivey one goes so fucking hard. This is literally an SNL sketch that they, I guess, like did unironically. At this point, I am constantly dumbfounded where I look at like Republican commentary and I think to myself, is this actually unironically something that they're promoting because they think it slaps? Or is this basically an elaborate bit? But the moment I see a fucking Governor Kay Ivey, Alabama koozie, I lose everything.
now, you can salute the real women of politics at every backyard barbecue and tailgate. And if it covers up the label of a big woke company, well, that works too.
Real women of politics.
Order your Real Women of Politics koozie today.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. But why would anybody want Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa on a fucking beer koozie? Or Sarah Sanders? Like, half of these women are jump scares, man. What the fuck? Imagine rolling up to the party. I'm rolling up to the party with my fucking mint. Limited edition Governor Sarah Sanders, Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas koozie. Hell yeah, brother. I bust that shit out. All the boys say, God damn, you're a real American right there. Now that's a woman right there, that Kay Ivey. Oh, I'll tell you what. She bust out that fake teeth. God damn, boy. What is this? Like, what the fuck is happening? Who the fuck, please explain to me, who needs any of these people on a fucking koozie? Tits shaming plus ageist, holy. Bro, I would think that this is a elaborate bit that like SNL made, except this is Sarah Huckabee Sanders' own account. It's got the gray check mark, which means what? I don't even know what the gray one means. It's verified because it's a government or multilateral organization account.
America presents.
Like, what is happening? Did you see that they suspended the people who did the Dylan Bud Light can? Wait, they did? She also CC'd a tweet, which I respect. Anyway, I got to talk about this. This is True Anon covered this before. I think it's the Utah guys. But this entire story is so wild. Daily Mail, but this is the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen. American fugitive Nicholas Rossi, who faked his own death and fled to the UK to avoid rape charges, steams his glasses up with rage as he tells Dateline he can't walk while insisting he's a Brit called Arthur Knight. That is the most insane fucking headline I've ever read in my entire life. Let's take a look at what this video accompanies. I already know is going to be awesome.
We were once a normal family, but thanks to the media, our lives have been interrupted. And we'd like privacy, and I would like to go back to being a normal husband. But I can't, because I can't breathe, I can't walk. People say that's an act. Let me try to stand up. Let me try to stand up. Exactly, exactly.
What do you say to someone who believes...
Okay, I need the full one. Give me the full shit. I need the full Monty. That's insane. That's actually fucking awesome. He's from Cranston, Rhode Island. This is a 24-minute documentary on it. No, I want the full one. I want the new one. I want the newest version. I need to know more. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Believes that you are Nicholas Alaverdian.
I am not, Andrea, I am not Nicholas Alaverdi, and I do not know how to make this clearer.
What do you say to people who say these are crocodile tears? He's putting on a show. This is all an act.
Oh, Andrea, no, that's a low blow. That's a right low blow.
Dude, if you rock these glasses publicly, you're gonna have some of the most fire content, like unintentionally, some of the most fire content that we've ever seen. Whether you're like that eugenicist couple who's like, we are gonna make the superior race by having sex a lot and almost exclusively for the purpose of reproduction, or this guy who is faking being British and is nowhere near as good as I am with his fake British accent. This is the case of Nicholas Rossi, the extraordinary story of a U.S. fugitive found in Glasgow. To locals, it is known as Glasgow. But to Nicholas Rossi, it's a second home. I fucking can't. This is so good. It's so fucking good. Oh, come on. No, his is better. As an actual, you're capping. Chat is the top of the fucking hour. Is true. Why did you put my accent on there too? Like, that's the weirdest part. Yes, yes. Let the 10-10s roll. You motherfuckers love when a chatter debates me. We get it. We get it. Chatter solidarity. Here. Demonstrate real chatter solidarity by allowing non-subscribed to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour by gifting subs. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You too can avoid the ads at the top of the hour as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, Speed Racer, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the fucking hour.
Who are you?
I am Arthur Knight, and this is my wife, Miranda Knight.
Are you Nicholas Rossi?
No.
Are you Nicholas Alaverdian?
Absolutely not.
Are you Nicholas Brown?
Yes.
Police say this man has lived his life under at least 16 different names. They believe he fled from America to the UK to avoid rape charges in Utah. Then, in 2020, they were told he was dead. Just under a year ago, police believed they had found the fugitive.
Bro, what is this fit, my boy? I mean, this is a Batman villain fit, dude. This is literally some Penguin shit. Are you fucking joking me right now? What the hell is happening here?
In Scotland.
Pulled it over on a lot of people, but he got fooled.
Did the family believe Nicholas had died?
No, he's not dead. He loves life too much.
People who knew Nicholas Rossi, Nicholas Alaverdian, claim that it's you.
DNA doesn't lie.
I know my husband does not have tendencies as a rapist.
That's the weirdest Like, that is the weakest defense, dude. You just, what the fuck? Like, you hit the, look, if this is a real thing, okay, if this is a real thing, your answer should be, what the fuck are you saying? Like, this is such a wild thing to blame me. Here, I will take a DNA test immediately. She said, my husband does not have the tendency of a rapist. Like, yo, British people who do rape and pedophilia have the funniest defenses for doing the rape and pedophilia. It's the Prince Andrew type defense where it gets me. I mean, she's not even British, I don't think, or he's definitely not. But it's so funny to me that, like, they picked up on that tendency where it's like, Prince Andrew was like, oh no, famously, oh no, as you can see, on this day I was wearing my non-raping shirt. This is a shirt I wear when I am not intending to rape a child. It's like, bro, a normal human being would never craft that sentence. Okay? What the fuck is wrong with you? Or like, oh, I could never rape. I am, I do not sweat. Because I lost my sweat glands at the Falkland War. That's right. I don't sweat, except I do now. I'm sweating currently. But there was a moment in my life where I was incapable of sweating. Noncery? Well, very capable physically of noncery, but incapable of sweating. Just a little bit of noncery.
He's a con artist is what he is. I call him a jellyfish because a jellyfish, you can't pick it up. There's no spine to it, but it has long tentacles and it can sting you.
Is he capable of doing it? Anybody's capable of doing anything if they want to.
I'd be very happy though just to see him remain behind bars.
These are very serious charges that this man faces.
Dateline, dead man talking. That's I need to get it. I don't have an NBC Universal profile, so I can't watch it right now. But maybe we can rip it and watch it.
They claim this man faked his own death to evade those charges. Did you fake your own death?
Sharon, we're sitting having a conversation. I've never been dead to anyone.
It's a story that began with an arrest in a Glasgow hospital, and it continues to attract international headlines. Rhode Island is more than 3,000 miles away from where the individual at the centre of this case was arrested. It's here many believe they've always known the true identity of the man behind the mask.
Who is Nicholas Rossi? Who's Arthur Knight? Who's Nicholas Alaverdian?
This is Cranston, a small town near the capital of Rhode Island, where Nicholas Alaverdian spent most of his childhood. He lived with his mother and stepfather, David Rossi. The singer, who was an Engelbert Humperdinck impersonator, adopted him when he was 8.
There's Nicholas.
Nicholas took his step.
Bro, this entire fucking story is absolutely unhinged. Nicholas Rossi's DMs to TrueAnon. I would be glad to help you with whatever you're after, but I can promise you I'm not Rossi. For whatever that's worth, it has been proved and it will be proven in court. But my wife and I have been through enough. We have been trying to escape this nightmare. It is truly bizarre. And I have no clue who you are, but I'm taking a big risk here, telling you off the record that arrest will be made and leave it will be named by 1st of July. Please keep that off the record. I'm telling you what I've been told. They simply want to wait until after the election. However, good luck in all that you do. Okay, there's an hour and 28 minutes, more than that. Sorry. There's like almost an hour wait time in between this. However, good luck to all that you do, and don't hesitate to give me a bell should you need anything. Cheers. Okay, mate, your podcast is prejudicial. I'm not Rossi. This is bizarre. What do you want? Tax returns, driving license, government documents. Why? Why couldn't you ask me for proof of who I am? I'm in hospital with pulmonary embolisms at the moment. This is the last thing I need. Well, I mean, the relation, what is this? Oh, this tweet was deleted by the author. Arthur Knight, alleged to be Nicholas Rossi by David Leavitt, responds. Here's David Leavitt with Viktor Yushchenko in Ukraine last year. Leavitt worked with the U.S. aid. Dude, what the fuck? I never actually watched this. TrueAnon episode, but there's like ties to the fucking U.S. aid. What the hell? Oh my heavens. Just got rejected for a prom date, says Lieutenant Drip. Well, what the fuck are you doing? He said, I'm going to eat your dog. I'm about to ask my crush to prom. Wish me luck. Off to ask my crush to prom. Wish me luck. I'm going to eat your dog. I'd like to announce that everyone that I just got rejected from prom. Bro, you said that at 2. Nobody bit. And then you said it again at 4. Keep your head up, King. And also, no, you can't eat my dog. Okay? Is that fucking Metal Gear Revengeance on your PFP? You are entirely too young to be knowing a game like that if you're going to prom and shit. Metal Gear is a great franchise, though. I highly recommend it. Important for childhood development. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking insane video.
Stepfather's surname, but the pair's relationship was nothing short of turbulent and at times violent.
As a child, from day one, when I adopted him and his brother and sister, they weren't no boggles either. He was trouble. Hit his mother, hit his grandmothers, steal from the other 2. Trouble going to school, want to run everything, always want to be in control. He just wanted everything his way. He was the devil's spawn. I took a lot on. 3 kids, her. I took on what no man would, I believe. But I did it. I loved them. I loved her.
When Nicholas was around 13, he was moved into foster care, run by the Departments of Children, Youth and Families. He lived at various group homes where troubled teenagers are placed under one roof. It was at this time Nicholas got his first job at Rhode Island State House. He worked with politicians, helping them with paperwork and other administrative duties.
The most common word used by those who knew Nicholas Alaverdian during his time here at the State House was persistent. They say he was a man who refused to take no for an answer.
Bro, he could have been George Santos.
Brian.
How are you?
Nice to finally meet you.
Pleasure.
Former State Representative Brian Coogan took Nicholas under his wing. He initially thought the teenager was a genuine hard worker who had an unusually keen interest in the law for someone so young.
He kept asking me to adopt him because he didn't have any family and he was in a group home and a foster home and he was going to live on this very street, a couple houses down.
Why didn't you adopt him?
He called me up one day.
Oh my God. This is the most Rhode Island Italian man. Dude, what the fuck? Look at the rings. Jesus Christ. This man is so awesome. I mean, he's literally dripped out the fucking wazoo. He's got wrists that were specifically built naturally for girth. So he could fucking literally end up becoming a professional arm wrestler.
He said, Rep, you gotta come down to court. You gotta come down to court. They're trying to get rid of me. So I get down to the courthouse, and as soon as I walk up, he grabs me, hugs me, and embraces me like I was the only thing he had in this world. I said, Nick, whoa, what's going on? He says, they're trying to get rid of me. You gotta help me. And I went in with the judge, and he said to me, he goes, see this file right here? He had a file on Nick. So all the times that he was telling you and the other reps up the state house that he was being abused, cuts and bruises, those were all self-inflicted. He goes, I can't let you adopt him.
Brian decided not to adopt Nicholas, even though the teenager claimed everything the judge said was a lie. Nicholas stayed in foster care and lived in Florida until he was 18. When he returned to Rhode Island, he took his claims of abuse to the next level.
This is where Nicholas Alaverdian returned in his 20s to walk the halls of power in an attempt to gain support for his campaign to improve the children's welfare system.
And I was subjected to torture, beatings, assault in various forms. I was refused to contact anybody at all.
It was at this time he met Representative Ray Hull. Together they worked on legislation to improve the lives of children in care.
Was Nicholas Alaverdian one of those kids who fell through the cracks?
Yes, absolutely. Or why would he be advocating so much to make the change if he wasn't one of them that fell through the cracks? He was a young individual with some tenacity that wanted.
Bro, what the fuck is this, dude?
Members one morning before school when Nicholas wouldn't stop hitting his mother.
This is literally the worst audio I've ever seen. It's also like dead man talking, fire emoji, mushroom, star emoji. It's like, who is this for? Like, is this for, yeah, audio I've heard. Is this for like Zoomers? I don't get it.
For sure he was going to rape me, but I did. There were a couple times I wondered if,
Like, I don't really understand. Like, what fucking Zoomer was like, we gotta get this Poggers interview out, dude. It's so fire. Well, I mean, the relation would be that you are in court proceedings that would see you extradited to Utah County to answer for a 2008 rape that Nicholas Rossi allegedly committed. So whether you're him or not, there is a connection. That how did you know David Leavitt was under investigation? Anyway.
Wanted to change the world, and you could really latch on to him. I'm thinking, wow, here is a young fella coming to us, our committee, and explaining why he needs changes in DCYF. He knows it because he lives it.
Around the same time, Nicholas was openly advocating against abuse. He had sexually assaulted a young woman in Ohio in 2008.
So we met at...
But, like, he's also on a court in Utah for a similar charge. I don't even understand. There's lots in this incredible freak in our series on this Utah District Attorney, ritual child sex abuse, fake Native American Mormon bishop. The name Nicholas Rossi comes up frequently. Rossi's being extradited for a 2008 rape in Utah County by Leavitt's office. He faked his own death a couple years ago and once wrote an essay describing other sexual assault charges against him as his personal 9/11. Like, this is what dude, this thread is insane. He now lives as Arthur Knight in the UK. Knight claims that he's not Rossi, has never been to the US, and is being set up. Here he is now. The document referred to by Leavitt in his press conference is a victim statement by the daughter of a former therapist in Utah County who was charged with a shit ton of rape, etc. Counts by Leavitt's predecessor, Sturgill. That therapist was Leavitt's friend and elder quorum president, and also a member of a fake Native American church that administered peyote. The therapist also hypnotized patients who were sent to him for the conversion therapy by the LDS. All of this ties back to some way to the disbanded SVU in Leavitt's office. He abolished it in 2020, which left a lot of sore feelings. He's also being called a woke prosecutor by his opponents in the upcoming June 28th election, and Sheriff Smith has endorsed his challenger. Here's David Leavitt with Viktor Yushchenko in Ukraine last year. Leavitt worked with USAID from 2008 to 2004 to 2018 to advise Ukraine's legal system and mold it into the American model. Conspiracy or overlapping conspiracies in Utah County. No one save members of the media have seen the victim statement. Rossi seems to know something, but the only way he could is if someone leaked it to him. If you can, please leak it to us. Arthur Knight, alleged to be Nicholas Rossi by David Leavitt, responds. The tweet was deleted, unfortunately, so we can't even see it. Rossi and Knight links to a host of documents posted by a woman in Utah in a reply to the thread above. They're pretty wild, if a bit difficult to parse in parts because of the redactions. One thing to keep in mind, Rossi was caught faking MySpace posts by a woman who successfully got him busted on sexual assault charges, posts that would have exonerated him, so keep that in mind. I don't get it. I just don't understand what the fuck happened at all.
At the campus cafeteria, he said, "Do you mind if I walk you to your class?" So when me and him were walking into the basement, he starts attacking me, trying to kiss me rough against my face. He had his hands up my shirt, down my pants. And at that point, I ran up to my class, and I was like, this is, I think, just the safest place for me to go right now. And then I come out, and he's waiting for me. And I'm so sorry. I got caught up. I'm so sorry. I couldn't resist. You were just so pretty, and just giving me the whole line. And then I go and I report what happened to the police.
This happened in January 2008, and he was then sentenced in May of that year.
He gets sentenced. The judge does find him guilty in my case. He had to register as a sex offender every year for 15 years. And that part was hard for me because I was like, well, what if I'm ruining his life? But at the same time, I was like, if someone could have spoke up and prevented what happened to me, would I have wanted them to? Yeah, I was like, let's end the cycle here. Let's get it documented, because I don't know why, but it felt very orchestrated and rehearsed.
Nicholas was initially wanted by US authorities over one charge of rape in Utah, dating back to 2008. He has now been served with 2 more extradition requests from his state, one relating to the rape of a woman in Salt Lake City and another for a sexual assault in the city of Orem. Investigations have also been...
I mean, this guy seems like an unhinged freakazoid that goes on like raping sprees no matter where he goes in the country. You know what I mean? He's like unstoppable force.
...carried out into various counts of fraud. He's been married several times. One in Ohio lasted just 7 months. Brian claims Nicholas's second wife never knew about her husband's criminal record, and she told him she was abused from day one.
He called me up one day and he says, Rep, I want to take you to dinner. I got married. I said, again? I mean, because he was supposed to be married like 3 or 4 times. He said, I want you to meet my wife, Catherine. We met at a restaurant in downtown Providence, a fancy restaurant called Fleming's. And talking to his wife, very lovely girl, pure as snow, salt of the earth, very religious. So we parted ways, and then they went back to Dayton, Ohio. She called me up a couple of weeks after that, and she was horrified into the phone. Nick was locking her in the bathroom. He stole her identity. He got credit cards in her name. And she was just on the horrors. I said, Catherine, I said, you call the police? She goes, I call the police. I'm going to get away from him.
Well, what was your reaction when you got that phone call?
I was horrified. I couldn't believe it. I started Googling Nick's name, and I used all his aliases. I found out he's a registered sex offender. He's suing people. People are suing him. He's got all sorts of court cases going on. Nick's a weird kid. I said I would help him out with some money. You need to get an apartment. And Nick had called me. He goes, oh, can you help me out? Can you help me out? And I said, yeah, Nick, I'll help you out.
Dude, this guy being like the key guy in this entire story makes it so much better. I'm sorry. I know this is not time for like anti-Italiaphobia, but like he's just a big old hunk of man, a big old meatball marron from, Rhode Island, being like the most a narrator in this situation is great.
And I just decided not to. Why should I, I've given him money before. I loaned him money. Never paid me back. He says, you said you would. I said, no, I didn't. So we went right to his phone. He went to my folder. He went to the date, and he played it back for me. How crazy is that? So I said, Nick, what is that about? He goes, I record every phone conversation, and I file them. I put them in a file. It's a dangerous kid.
It's believed around 2017, Nicholas left the United States and travelled to Europe. Ray hadn't spoken to Nick in some time and then received a phone call from him to say he was unwell. At this stage, the state representative said he had no idea that the man he was speaking to was a registered sex.
Yes, Big Shooby, I did talk about the court documents for Daniel Perry. He was literally chatting multiple underage women, soliciting nudes. I am familiar. That was last week's coverage. If you would like to find out more about the Daniel Perry court case and what Governor Greg Abbott is intending to do please go watch my video on it. I mean, not even last week, like 2 weeks ago, I think we talked about it, but.
Ex-offender facing further allegations.
I get a phone call once or twice. I'm in Russia now. I have a sickness, and he's going to be treated. And so that goes on, and then I get another call, I'm dying. I said, Joel, you can beat this, you'll be fine. His voice was scratchy. It's all coming back to me now. He was labored. I felt kind of sorry for the guy, you know, and I encouraged him. I said, I'll pray for you. This is not the end. There were many other people who come through this, and keep your chin up, you know, you'll be fine.
Police agencies were tracking Nicholas and had asked those closest to him to try and flush him out.
Next thing you know, I have the U.S. Marshals coming to my house. I had the FBI from Ohio call me. I had the FBI from Providence, Rhode Island call me. And they're all looking for him.
Was Nicholas Alaverdian still alive?
Yes, he was still alive. And he was calling me every now and then. And when he called me, I said, Nick, you got everybody looking for you. You got serious charges. He was calm and cool on the phone, talk like a lawyer. Oh, it's all a big misunderstanding. And you almost want to believe him.
Where was he? Where did he say he was?
I asked him.
Dude, I fucking love this guy. I can't get over it, dude. I love this man. He is the perfect individual, dude. He's fucking calling me. I said, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? You got authorities calling me for fucking charges. You better stop doing the fucking rapes or whatever you're doing over there. What the fuck?
Where was that? He says, I'm in another country. I'm nowhere around. They're never going to find me. He says, I'm married with 2 kids now. I said, married with 2 kids? I said, what'd you do? Add water? What's it, like oatmeal? The very last time I talked to him, he called me and goes, rap. I said,
he looks like a Teamster. Oh, he's most likely a union man, but probably voted for Donald Trump and is very excited to vote for him again.
Nick, what's the matter with your voice? I'm dying. I'm in a hospital bed. I'm dying. I said, what's wrong with you? He goes, I got 2 weeks to live. I said, what's wrong with you? And he says, I have lymphoma. I have cancer. I have this. I said, really? I said, listen, you cockroach. I said, cockroaches don't die. I said, you're not dying. I said, you're a sexual predator and you're trying to escape and you're faking your death. You are not dying. He goes, stop talking to me like that. I want to have peace with you. I'm on my deathbed. I said, and I was swearing at it. I was like foaming at the mouth. I said, you're a liar. I said, you're in a lot of trouble. They're going to get you. You can't
fucking cockroach.
Can't hide from the law. I said, you know the old saying, the long arm of the law. They're going to get you, Nick.
Live and local news and information on WPRO, Providence, a Cumulus station.
Sad news to pass along. A voice you've heard on the air here on WPRO. Nicholas Alaverdian, he has passed away from a long battle with cancer, leaving his wife and 2 children. Nicholas Alaverdian was 32.
His passing is a very, very sad incident for us, and may you rest in peace, Nicholas.
Next thing I hear a call from his wife, which I didn't know he was married. She's asking me to present the official proclamation of the passing of Nicholas Alaverdian as a memorial from the State House official.
Which you did?
Of course.
How do you feel about that now?
Well, from what I know now to what I knew then, I feel kind of, disappointed, but I would still do it again for the person that I knew who died or passed away. I would still do it, not thinking that he might have set this up himself.
Attempts were made to hold a memorial service at 2 separate churches. The priest here was told to cancel the mass by police. Officers believe that Nicholas Alaverdian may have been vain enough to attempt to attend the service himself to hear the tributes being paid. What did you think when you saw that obituary?
I was furious. I said, this kid is a con artist, is what he is.
The obituary did raise a few eyebrows in Rhode Island, and suspicion quickly spread. I visited the pub where Nick gains a reputation for his gift of the gab and drinking ability. The achievement of downing 300 pints is celebrated on the walls of the Wickeden.
They had a nickname for him here.
That's right. They called him 3 Questions Nick.
What the fuck is... Bro, what is happening, dude?
Because Nick would just pepper them with questions. And then they had a house rule.
No, like actually what's going on in fucking Rhode Island? Someone explain to me what's going on in Rhode Island right now. We need to shut this shit down. We need to just literally figure out what the fuck's going on in Rhode Island in general. What is happening? No. It's like, bro. I'm trying to not burp in the microphone. That's how much of a that's how changed I am. Okay? Anyway, going back to this, like this guy, Nicholas Rossi, is like this truly interesting, unique story of this prolific serial rapist, apparently, who's now faking being a British man. And yet, for some reason, like, he is secondary as far as interesting characters in the story. Like, how is it possible that you go to like some random fucking guy at a bar and he just looks like this? I mean, this guy looks like, he looks like a founding father or a sailor. He looks like a lighthouse keeper, yes, for his profession.
And then they had a house rule that he was only allowed 3 questions or they would cut him off. So he was known as 3 Questions Nick.
Nicholas Alaverdian, according to everyone, died.
Yes.
Did you believe that Nick
No,
died?
especially the crew here, they smelled a rat almost immediately.
His name is Stephen O'Shea. These are the guys who are like, I'm actually 11th generation Irish, but I went back to Ireland type dudes, right?
Didn't I tell you when the obituary came out? Wasn't I the first to say it?
Yes, you were.
What did you say?
The wicked and bartender. Fucking wicked, dude.
Nick's not dead. Nick wrote his own obituary.
I was more credulous because I was contacted by his family to speak at his memorial, and his supposed wife called me from Europe. The last time I spoke to Nick, he said he was living in Western Ireland. So I said to this woman, well, how are you doing in Western Ireland? She said, what are you talking about? I live in Geneva. I went, oh, that's interesting. But she said, Nick wanted you at his service because he loved what you wrote about him. And I thought, what did I write about him? I've never written anything about him. And so she read me this very full quote of fulsome praise for him. And I said, I didn't write that. She said, oh, well, no, Nick cherished it.
Do you doubt it all, everything, or do you think?
I doubt everything. I doubt everything. I have no idea. I don't know him. I thought I knew him, but I don't. And I certainly doubt every aspect of his biography that he told me.
Over in the UK, a man calling himself Nicholas Brown married a woman called Miranda Knight on February 22nd, 2020, a week before the date of death stated on Nicholas Alaverdian's obituary. This man began working for a Canadian woman who's expanding her business across the pond, but things quickly turned sour. She now believes the person she employed was Nicholas Alaverdian.
I knew him as Nicholas Brown. In January 2020 is when we started. And by the end of the month, I was not very happy.
It's insane that like the Utah part of the story is like so incredible and psychotic. Like that it makes this part of the story seem sane. Like there is cannibalism, or at least like not real cannibalism, but like the mention of cannibalism, the accusations of cannibalism on the Utah part of the story. Yeah. Peyote shamans and whatnot, from what I understand. I didn't really look at the TrueAnon coverage of this, so I don't really fully know what the fuck happened here. But I remember covering like some parts of the story and like a while back when it first came out in like local news and shit, where I thought, you know, it was interesting. But I never followed up on it, but it seems like TrueAnon did.
He seemed passionate.
Yeah, Nicholas accused the Utah prosecutor of... I mean, here, look at the fucking article title, bro. Look at this. Here, this is the Utah part of the story. Man accused of faking his own death to have extradition hearing is accusing the Utah prosecutor of cannibalism and sex trafficking.
Joe, we pretty much couldn't understand anything he said because of his much-needed oxygen mask. With Knight's extradition hearing scheduled for Thursday, now he has a new and wild conspiracy that the Utah County prosecutor, who's trying to finally get him back to the United States to prosecute him, David Levitt, is, he says, a cannibal and part of some child sex trafficking ring. If you look at Knight's Twitter, it's filled with allegation after allegation that Levitt is some sort of monster. And then it gets even weirder. The local sheriff's office is apparently actually investigating the allegations. Not only did they hold a press conference, but a sergeant with the sheriff's office confirmed that he'd been in touch with, yes, that same Arthur Knight about the allegations. Obviously, a wild story that needs answers. We reached out to the sheriff's office for comment, did not get a response. But here now is that Utah County attorney, David Levitt. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We're going to get these allegations in a minute. But first, let me ask you about Alaverdian. He's got this hearing Thursday. You sure you have the right guy and you're confident you're going to get him back here?
Well, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what the Scottish Authority does, Dan. The truth is, you don't simply extradite someone from a foreign country unless lots of agencies have looked into this and used their limited resources to get someone back. I mean, every governmental agency is short on resources, and so when you decide you're going to go after someone, you have to really be certain that that's who it is. And in this case, we had to make ourselves certain. The State Bureau of Investigations in the state of Utah had to do the same. The United States Department of Justice and now the Scottish authorities. And so you have 4 governmental agencies from 2 countries who have all satisfied themselves that this is the guy. And it will be up to a Scottish judge to decide whether that happens. I think my lights just turned off. I'm going to stand up and see if I can. Excuse me.
Yep.
What
no
the
worries. You know who I
fuck?
think?
Bro, what is happening, dude? This guy, okay, this story is crazy. There's ghosts involved now, okay? I'm no big city lawyer. I'm no big city paranormal investigator, but it seems to me like ghosts are involved in this. That's paranormal activity, brother. I know paranormal activity when I see it, brother. There's a new layer on this.
I think did that. I think Nicholas Alaverdian is behind this. The guy can do anything. This guy can do anything. I'm telling you, watch out. I'm staying away from this guy. I want to be very clear. Mr. Alaverdian, I didn't mean to insult you in any way.
Okay, bro, chill out. I mean, I like Dan Abrams more when he's just like a side guest on a fucking panel talking about how cops are great. Okay, what is this? My man trying to fucking run his own show. Gogolun Paltosunda. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
No, I'm sorry. Go.
No, and so you know, we don't have any say or any control over the extradition proceedings because that's handled by the Scottish authorities. Right. But I'm confident that Scotland, the Department of Justice, the State Bureau of Investigations, you know, they wouldn't be joining with us in this really amazing international collaboration without they're being convinced that Nicholas Rossi or Alibertian or Arthur Knight are all the same individual.
Yep. All right. I got to ask you about this stuff, about the accusations that you're a cannibal. How did this all get started?
Well, I ran, this is kind of a weird intersection between trying to do my job and prosecute an alleged sex criminal on the one hand, and local politics. I ran for on a platform of restoring checks and balances to the criminal justice system, meaning we got to get rid of plea bargains, and
he's a woke DA, bro.
So that the jury can be a check on the prosecutor, and prosecutors need to stand up and become a check on the police.
Okay.
So then the sheriff's department, of course, complied with this guy's a cannibal shit. Pretty wild, honestly. Like an incredible fucking, an incredible state of affairs overall.
Those are the two main functions of the prosecutor, which prosecutors have largely either abdicated their responsibility to be a check on the police or have taken away the jury's role. That has angered the local sheriff, and the local sheriff is doing his very best to get rid of me in this upcoming election. And so 7 days before the ballots hit in our jurisdiction, we received a tip that the sheriff, in fact, was working with Alibertian to accuse me of cannibalizing and murdering children in a ritualistic abuse ring. And quite frankly, Dan, that was about all, that was all I was going to stand. And so I stood and said, we need to have this sheriff open his office to an open, independent investigation. And if the sheriff truly is using the power of his office to try and take out an election.
Like, I love that the woke DA seems to be also, like, working with the CIA, or at least worked with the CIA for an extended period of time from 2004 till like 2014. So that's like, God, I fucking love this. Utah is so insane. Does a woke DA even exist? I mean, they're not woke, but any DA that like runs on, we need to do criminal justice reform, is automatically considered woke and paid for by George Soros. And they claim that, George Soros is paying them so they can do crimes, to make crime legal.
The prosecutor who is his check, then the sheriff needs to resign.
Yeah. And I assume, the fact that he's working, look, we called the sheriff's office for comment, but, I'm out of time here, but you're not a cannibal, right?
No, I'm not, Dan.
Okay. All right.
Nor am I a murderer.
I needed to ask the question. David Levitt, I come back on the show after the extradition hearing. I'm going to save some more time for it, so we have a little more time to chat.
I mean, it's just insane that like this fucking guy, Nicholas Rossi, literally successfully alleged that this dude was a cannibal, and because he was a quote unquote woke fucking DA, that people went along with it. Like the sheriff went along with it.
And he seemed like he was determined. But then one day I just had enough, and I texted him because I didn't want to tell him verbally on the phone because he was very aggressive sometimes. And then that's when he started to show me his smear campaign that he prepared. I lost a lot of money, not just the 40 grand, but hundreds of thousands, because I had to do damage control. I don't think I'm going to ever see that money. Like, I spoke to criminal lawyers over here, and they're like, don't even bother. He cons somebody and uses that money to con the next person. I'd be very happy, though, just to see him remain behind bars.
Reports have emerged of claims of fraud, in particular
I
a
have
newspaper
nothing
report
to do
from a
with
Canadian
fraud.
businesswoman.
Yes, a Canadian business. I worked with that Canadian businesswoman.
This person is not British, dog. I'm sorry.
And I would love to show you how I worked for her day and night, irrespective of time zone. and even enlisted my wife to help me work with her because she was so demanding.
Early 2022, and a man claiming to be Arthur Knight was taken into custody after fears he posed a flight risk.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that like you fucking escape to Europe, and instead of going to like, I don't know, a European country that doesn't have like an immediate extradition protocol to the United States of America, you went to one that has one. So now you're like getting fucking airlifted back to Utah.
Just weeks earlier, he had been arrested while being treated for COVID in a Glasgow hospital, as the American authorities believed he was Nicholas Alaverdian. Since news of his arrest, more women have spoken about their experience.
Bro, what is this drip though? Oh shit. Waking up. No, she's not waking up. What the ever-loving fuck is this drip that he's wearing, bro? I mean, Americans will literally go to jail before learning a language that isn't English. Yeah, I guess.
Of Nicholas's behaviour.
Caught in Scotland last month. A man who made a name for himself in Rhode Island before we were told he died 2 years ago.
This is movie stuff.
Despite making international headlines following repeated court appearances, this accused man didn't shy away from the spotlight and was keeping a keen eye on how events were being reported in Rhode Island.
We were going to run this story, who he was and kind of his background here and how things got to where they were, and we interviewed people who had known him. And the day before the story was going to run, Arthur Knight called our newsroom looking to talk to the boss, and basically talked to my boss on the phone for about an hour. I did an interview with him and his wife, and that was kind of the first one, and it snowballed from there. And then he would keep calling and trying to say, you should look into this and you should look into that, and things about the prosecutor in Utah. But it just struck me as, why would somebody who claims they're not the person from Rhode Island care so much about what the news is reporting in Rhode Island? Except these are the news media outlets that he would have grown up watching and listening to and reading.
No. I think it's perfectly normal that a guy that's like living in Glasgow would know about like a random Rhode Island local news channels. News is distracting from this. No, it's not, dude. No, it's not. It's not distracting from anything, okay? Like, you just think that. I don't know why, because maybe you can only focus on one thing. But, like, this is literally one of the most fucking... Okay, we'll get to that later. I'm going to go back to positive vibes, okay? Posy vibes right now. We're looking at a weird-ass dude.
Is the game up for you?
The game has just started. The game is afoot.
Even in Scotland, Arthur Knight was pushing his plea, claiming he was an Irish orphan who had changed his first name due to childhood trauma. He said he took his wife's surname when they married. The couple invited me into their Glasgow home and
we're gonna watch the Dateline video. It's fucking bananas, but
insisted Arthur was still suffering from long COVID and that this was all a case of mistaken identity.
The truth needs to be known. So why am I speaking to you? Why is my wife speaking to you? Because we care about our life and our love.
This has all happened the dates before you knew him.
This Nicholas Rossi, when you actually read about what he's done, he seems to have done it consistently through his...
Yeah, she's like, you don't understand. He is done with the raping. Even if this is my husband now and I don't know anything about who he was before we met, very clearly, this is not a rapist. He does not have a rapist tendency.
His wife. So why is it literally going to stop when he meets me? I know my husband. He would never put me at risk. He would never hurt me, abuse me, do anything like what I read about this Nicholas Rossi.
There is no evidence whatsoever that there are tattoos, and I've shown that to news reporter after news reporter after news reporter.
Intensive care staff from the Glasgow hospital where he was arrested told the extradition hearing about seeing distinctive arm tattoos on their patient while they treated him for COVID. These appeared similar to the images held by Interpol. During his evidence in court this week, the man himself claimed he had gone into hospital without any markings and had been tattooed while in a coma for 18 days.
That's the crest of Brown University, yep, with the red and you got the black right there.
What? A tattoo artist from Nicholas's hometown says his distinct ink could have been removed over time, but markings may still be visible.
That top one would be a little tough because it does look like there's some scar tissue that would be going on with the books that are open, and then of course with the red.
Bro, just fucking DNA test them. Like, I don't understand. What the fuck is going on? Like, what is this like? Oh, he might have gotten tatted, or he... Is that also, yeah, is that Brown University? Is that a tattoo of Brown University's crest? No shot. He said the DNA proved him innocent. Yeah, no shot it did. What the fuck do you mean? I think he's talking about one of the cases when he says the DNA proves him innocent. Not that he's not fucking Nicholas Rossi or whatever. He's saying the DNA proved Nicholas Rossi innocent, which is also something that you wouldn't say as Arthur Knight. You would say that as Nicholas Rossi.
And you treat the scarring?
You probably could. You'd have to probably go to a dermatologist for that to see. Again, depends on how deep it is too.
I'm assuming all this removal is very expensive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it can be very expensive. So that's why I tell people, you're gonna get tattooed, make sure it's what you want, because it hurts a lot more and it's a lot more expensive to remove it. So, you know.
It's now official. Arthur Knight is Nicholas Rossi, aka Nicholas Alaverdian. It's a court decision those in Rhode Island suspected all along, but it hasn't erased their pain of being lied to by a man they thought they knew.
See that mask and wheelchair? That's bull.
This makes it even funnier that he's like keeping up the fucking... He's just like keeping up the memes, I guess, for the fun of it. I don't fucking know. It's very weird. It's very weird to be this way.
That's bull. There's nothing wrong with him. He's faking for sympathy, trying to get off.
From what I'm hearing now and all the stuff that's coming out, my head spins sometimes. It's like, wow. Wow. It's on him now to come forward. It's on him to say, hey, I did this.
Is Arthur Knight Nicholas Rossi? Nicholas Alaverdian, as you know?
I would bet my life on it that that's Nicholas Alaverdian. Nick's getting all this publicity, but it is about the women.
It's so interesting because it's just like the little lies then are just these grand lies now that he uses as like a building block of who he is and how he's important.
If you could say anything to him, what would you say?
Smarten up. You're still young. Do the right thing. You know, you hurt a lot of people. End it. Do your time.
Oh!
Finally figured out his accent.
I saw that guy. He was my waiter, and I totally dismissed him like everyone else does in his life. And I totally was wrong because he's a major, major, major influence on me now, and I feel terrible.
That stupid English voice, was that me?
Unfortunately, yes. You're really gonna like it.
Yeah, thank God for Jonah Hill making Kanye no longer anti-Semitic. Which of course comes with the recognition that he was anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Yeah, remember Russell Brand? Can we put this guy in jail yet? What is this? Elon Musk? Elon test? No way. Satoshi had the right idea. Do you like Japanese girls? It feels like we were at a nightclub and the lights just turned on. What nightclub were you at? I wish I was old enough to go to nightclubs. They sound so fun. I think an underrated and extremely funny thing was that this account had 0 followers until Elon did this just now and was constantly trying to get engagement for like a month before giving up and abandoning the account entirely. He really wanted to prove to himself he was cool. Didn't even think of this part. Holy shit, just truly a bad poster. What the fuck is this? I will finally turn 3 on May 4th. This is a violation of Twitter TOS. Reported. So that was Elon Musk's like alt account or something. Someone found his alt from a screenshot he posted. It seems to be an account he was going to use to act as his child, but there were some weird things with it. His alt is so cringe. Content creators wish to enable subscriptions on this platform. Just tap monetization in the settings. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's his alt account. Wait, is that his child holding a gun? Like, what is he holding? Look at the subscribers. He's making a lot of money off these idiots. Elon only has 27,000 subscribers, by the way. The man owns Twitter, has 136 million followers, and only 24,000 subscribers. There's more. No way this man was responding to himself. Oh my God, I found his burner. Oh my God, it was Saeed DiCaprio that found his burner. Elon Musk revealed he makes over $120,000 a month in Twitter subscription revenue, according to a screenshot showing the subscriber count. Uh-oh, she's awake. Might be time for me to play with her a little bit. Might be puppy playtime that's coming. He's so strange. Satoshi had the right idea. Do you like Japanese girls? But it feels like we were in a nightclub and the lights just turned on. What nightclub were you at? I wish I was old enough to go to nightclubs. They sound so fun. Why is he fucking tweeting like he is his child? What the fuck is that? Awake. Ma'am, you are awake. Give us a little pee-pee and I will play with you. Okay, never mind. Not giving us a little pee-pee. Do not lay on the piss pad. That one is clean at least. I put a new one in. Is this a real Pjorn video? Man fucks 5 million people at once. He was responding to himself as his kid. What is an FTX? That's weird. Why is she biting her arm? What is she doing? What is she doing right now? What's going on here? What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Hold on, I'm gonna play with her a little bit. Okay, it's puppy playtime, dude. We gotta do it to him. Ah. I almost pulled my fucking ab muscle right there while I was trying to get over. Holy fuck, I did too much abs today. Oh, she just peed. Oh. Oh. Ow. Oh. Damn it. Look at this. Not gonna lie, this puppy playtime has been a major disaster. She peed everywhere. Okay? She peed literally everywhere, dude. Like everywhere. Holy fuck. You know, she's been doing so good. Hot off the presses from Tucker's time slot. Oh, this is what, okay, we'll do this right now. Okay, hold on. I'll fix up the background in a second. And then put her back on there. What are you doing? Why did you pee everywhere and also on yourself? What the fuck? Oh my God. She's trying her best. I forgive her. Oh. Hey. Girl. It was not a disaster. Kaya's doing what babies do. Yeah. She was, again, serving the top of the hour ad break. That's what she was doing. Which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Let's watch what Fox News Tonight looks like without Tucker Carlson. And we'll actually watch it live, as a matter of fact. But here's what's going on.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Fox News Tonight. I am Brian Kilmeade. As you probably have heard, Fox News and Tucker Carlson have agreed to part ways. I wish Tucker the best. I'm great friends with Tucker and always will be. But right now, it's time for Fox News Tonight, so let's get started.
Okay. Brian Kilmeade is like so boring. Goth Max Fisher, 11 Kavina, 11 Shut Up Axel, and Bzilla 123. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. She's wilding out. She's going crazy with it. Going crazy mode. You should play the Nintendogs soundtrack while you do puppy playtime. I do love that. That's it. That's all Brian said. Nothing else. The hogs are replying. Brian, you see this good luck bozo? Oh, that's Bobby. It's not a hog. Sorry, no. You can raise your chin a bit, but let her lick you in the face. It is how pack animals show the leader respect them as their leader. Try to let her a bit when she does that. Okay. Nintendogs IRL is pretty great. The pack leader alpha shit is fake as fuck. I mean, I don't give a shit. I just like getting kisses from her. What do you mean? I don't give a fuck what it's for. Hold on. Want to do downies, the opposite of uppies? Shut this off. We're going to do Cryptocurrencies too with John Oliver in a second while I also fix this. I guess Tim Pool's having a special guest tonight. No shot. It's Tucker Carlson. Don't be crazy. Okay.
He is a social media megastar. His name is Jake Paul.
They've had enough of the chaos created by a social media star.
When there's a lot of people watching you and you're getting a lot of views and stuff, sometimes you want to like take it up to the next level, and you have to learn where that level is.
Good afternoon, Jake Paulers. This is what it looks like when someone at the team penthouse is about to light themselves on fire.
Jake Paul is making headlines after an FBI raid at his home in Calabasas.
I'm gonna eat your ass. I'm gonna beat your ass.
Yeah, there's some YouTubers out there who just eat, sleep, and breathe clout.
I'm gonna be spending $500,000 on my sister Lexi's 21st birthday.
If you're not too careful, you can really let content rule your life.
Hearsay and I are gonna be playing.
Oh, I'm muted. Oh my God, I'm muted. Oh my God. It's so fucking loud. I didn't realize how loud it was. And then while I was literally, it's not autoplay. It's a fucking playlist of videos that we were going to watch anyway. But while I was doing this here, I got a guest outside as I was like letting Kaya. Yeah, it is Austin's show. So. It's fucking chaos over here. It's chaos, but Mr. Show is here. He's gonna play with the doggo. Everything's gonna be all right.
The Touch My Body challenge.
You can get to the point where nothing else matters besides deciding which of your friends and family members to grossly exploit for ad revenue. Sorry, I don't know what that was. The truth is, YouTube promotes a lifestyle that isn't always the healthiest. If you want to make videos for a living, especially for a significantly younger audience, there are some things you may.
What's up, Austin? Austin, hold on one second. I'm gonna unmute this mic. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. I've come to meet my niece, my alleged homophobic niece, but
You smell great.
honestly, honestly, I'm gonna say something.
What are you gonna say?
I thought originally that she was homophobic, but you know what? Now that she's in my arm, I think she's gay. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I don't know, but I'll tell you this much.
She is.
It's very hard not to agree with her. She's very agreeable, even when she's peeing all over the place. Yeah. Yeah.
She made my day so much better. I've had a rough day, Hasan.
Yeah?
I won't talk about it here, but I'll talk about it on the podcast.
Okay. My mom is out of control.
She just sits here. I picked her up and she's like completely just sits here.
Austin is not speaking into the microphone. That's what it is.
She is just sitting here and just being just the sweetest thing ever. Hold on, pose for Twitter.
Are you using my dog for likes right now?
Yeah, well, I'll guys send me some of these pictures later so I can tweet them.
Just pull pull the chair. You can sit down.
All right.
It's so fucking hot in here. Jesus Christ.
Should I put her in?
Yeah, put her on the pad real quick so she tries and pees, hopefully. Not gonna do it. She is unfortunately.
I brought some gifts, by the way.
Apparently. can't believe you brought fucking the one thing that I cannot believe you brought. You're killing me.
As you know.
They can't hear you. You gotta come in.
As you know, my driver is from Italy, and he made some fresh pasta.
That's crazy.
Some fresh pasta for Hasan. He said, give this to Hasan, is what he said. And he made some fresh pasta.
She's looking at it right now. She wants some. She's gonna start crying in a second. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, anyway, we'll eat this on the podcast.
I can't believe you did this to me.
Wait, why? Do you like pasta?
I love pasta. I'm trying to fucking not be fat, dog.
It's healthy pasta. Pasta, let me.
There's no what do you mean healthy? It's healthy pasta.
It's good pasta.
This concept is literally antithetical to existence.
You're too skinny, Hasan. You need carbs.
Are you wearing a Vikings,
Dude,
Minnesota
the
Vikings?
airline lost my bag. Okay, I was gonna save it for the podcast, but the airline lost my
we'll
fucking
talk
bag.
about it. That's the most hilarious thing that could have ever happened.
That's why I'm wearing what I'm wearing. Okay. By the way, we're gonna be out of here by 8 o'clock. I got a new gig.
What is that?
At 8 o'clock tonight.
What's your new gig? What the fuck? What
I'm hosting a new show on Fox News.
Oh. Yeah, that's 8 o'clock Eastern, dog. It already happened.
Shit. Damn it.
It happened like 49 minutes
looks
ago.
like I'm not getting the job now.
Okay.
All
She's
right.
trying to boulder her way out of here. She's always doing that.
It's good to be here back in the great city of Los Angeles. I was actually looking forward to coming here today. You know that?
Yeah.
Until I landed into a sea of fucking nightmares.
A sea of nightmares? What do you mean?
LA,
LAX.
It's just a nightmare.
LAX.
It's an absolute nightmare.
You should grab the dog again. You should grab her.
Okay.
Her name is Kaya, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Kaya.
Look at this.
You're so sweet.
What's up, Mom? What are you doing over there?
I'll be honest, if she pees on me, this is the only outfit I have. So, this is it.
You'll be fine. What do you think about Tucker's departure from Fox News?
Look, I was so excited when I heard about it because he's like, this is a huge win. I mean, this is such a big hit for like conservatives because he was like one of the biggest mainstream.
She gets overheated fast, by the way. I'm just letting you know because she's hot. She's a big girl.
But I mean, look, like this is really bad for Trump and the Republicans for 2024. They need somebody else to peddle their and peddle their lies and conspiracies, and they had a champion in Tucker Carlson. I don't know who's going to take the lead on it. I really don't. What do you think? Do you think it matters?
I think it matters for Fox News. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know how fucking crazy he's going to be going forward. Well, history shows that it unfortunately, or I guess not unfortunately, but it's not exactly great for people when they leave Fox News. Like Bill O'Reilly's career tanked. Mom thinks he's gonna run for president.
That would be wild.
That
would be so wild.
How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers to the Jets?
I fucking hate Aaron Rodgers. I think he's a prick, and fuck the Jets too. I'm kidding. I don't like Aaron Rodgers, but
no
I'm a
shit.
Vikings fan. I sat next to a woman on the plane today that met him, and she said he was an asshole. So checks out. You know what I mean? I'm not a big Aaron Rodgers fan, unless he came to the Vikings, in which case I would be a huge Aaron Rodgers fan. But
you'd turn on
absolutely in a heartbeat. Are you kidding me? I'd be the biggest Aaron Rodgers stan you'd ever see if I were to if Aaron Rodgers were to come to the Vikings. So
I know we should open these doors completely. It's too hot in here. It's 77 degrees in here. It's too hot for the dog. No, you can open them. She's gonna run. Oh wow.
Perfect.
Oh wow. Mom made like a.
Look at this.
She can.
Yeah.
Mom, the thing is, like, she can push through that too.
What do you want me to do?
Okay, they're doing a lot right now over here. Oh, immediately as soon as you open that door, it's just like so much more refreshing. This is a whole operation.
I'm not sure who's more likely to break something, me or the dog. Okay.
Oh, it's you 100%, and you are nowhere near as
Don't be
cute.
making fun of my socks, okay? A lot of people be making fun of my socks.
He doesn't have any additional clothing,
Okay,
chat.
I don't have any additional clothing. The airline lost my bag. All right, my only bag. Okay. Oh, honey.
Yes, she's still crying because she's a baby.
I think I don't know. I think
Is she peeing?
Hey, come on, honey. Oh no.
Is she peeing?
Oh.
And she's sitting on the pee?
Oh, she.
Mom, you're doing a great job, Mom.
Oh. Okay. Is that pee?
This is so chaotic.
Okay, come on.
Here, Mom, here. Oh my God.
Oh, it's okay. On these two. Pads down. Oh, we're gonna stay over here. I like to pee on these pads. I don't think I could ever have kids.
Bro, she keeps
kids are like too?
she keeps immediately zooming away every time Austin tries to bring her back here.
This is what having kids are like.
Look at her face. She's like,
Like having a newborn.
You thought you could go back to work after having a newborn? Yeah, I mean that's literally what I'm doing. America, baby.
I was like, yeah, he doesn't have paternity leave.
Hasan, she's 8 weeks? Like she needs to be going out every hour or so, if not 90 minutes. Increase 30 minutes for each week. Yeah, I know. The problem is that we make her. I mean, I let her piss every 90 minutes periodically, every single time that she needs to piss on the pad. And I've been doing a decent job with that, except for when she gets unruly, in which case, like, she just wants to travel around and, like,
How
right
big
now.
is she gonna get?
120 pounds is the suspected weight. Yeah.
You look like a mother that has just given birth.
I know. I am.
You look like a mother that has just given birth that I've just, like, you're completely just drained.
I haven't even slept.
All energy.
I can't sleep. She
And
wakes
you're
me
just,
up at night.
Like,
she wakes me up at night 5 times. Last night she woke me up only 5 times, and that was like a success.
oh, I'm too high maintenance for a dog. There's no way. I'm gonna come spoil her, and then I'm gonna leave. My cats, I haven't seen them in 4 days, and they live with me. Come here.
Like trying to jump off, but like, where are you gonna go? You're gonna fall off, and you're gonna die. Was the run out so? No biting.
No biting. Gotta give her it instead, yeah.
No go play.
Don't play.
Did a song called Will and the Aaron Rodgers thing drop? No. Also, I'm not going to turn off the noise gate. Instead, I'm just going to turn off the stream, as a matter of fact, because there's a lot of activity here, and we got to get ready for the fucking podcast, which, is supposed to be happening. No, you didn't ruin the stream at all, but this is the unfortunate byproduct of having a puppy where I have to deal with her shenanigans. So I'm going to end the broadcast here. We're going to do a Fear and podcast, so get excited for that. Stop. Where are you going? Where are you going? Where do you think you can go?
Kai is a special guest on the Fear and podcast. Make sure the Fear and podcast comes out tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it.
All right, everybody. We're gonna go deal with that right now. She is literally trying to break through the larger gate now. This is insane. Okay. Love you all, and yeah, Mom. Oh my God. This is so funny. She is literally an escape artist. She already figured out that she can leave the gate. It's over. Anyway, I'm going to go deal with that right now, okay? Love you guys, and bye. See you tomorrow.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you